Oops. Let's start over. Like Bill said, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. Hey, Rod. Hey, Bill. Hey, Aetherling and Stuart. Hey, Steve and Cobra. Kenny and Tuxedo. Ejmel, Nurglerod and Raj. Now an echo. What? What is that? Jaegerman Fluid, Mega Fluid. Welcome. ATV Racer. Is it still echoey? No echo? Hey, Maurice. No giveaway today. No giveaway today. So Polymaker's having trouble with their coupon link system. They are working on it actively. I got like 20 emails at midnight on Friday or Saturday morning of them accidentally sending out a bunch of test emails. So how did magic turn to what? What? I don't know. Christoph. Who else? Lord Gitface. Hey, the Reverend. Hi, Oscar. Ugh. We are back on the Vertigo today. But today is also a... I woke up at 9. That is not normal for me. So... that is why, or at least a minor reason. Oops, that's not supposed to point that way. That's supposed to point this way today. Why I am a little slow. There we go. Oh, hey, David. You were going to win today. Yeah, so sorry, folks. Oh, you have 2 windows open in my stream. Got it. Oh, I fully expect that that is going to be the case for some, but that's okay. It happens. Should check your Discord DM for a smile. Uh-oh. Ooh. Nice. Oh, that's going to be loud. That's cool. That's very cool. You have many of those slow mornings? Yeah. That is very cool. I look forward to showing it off. Speaking of showing it off, check this out. I've been printing. I finally printed both halves of the Charybdis keyboard. I did this on the Core 1 Index PLA with PETG supports. Turned out really fantastic. There is one spot here where a little island of PLA didn't stay, but that's not going to matter. That is a challenge when you're doing incompatible supports, because like this here, this is going to print. This is going to be all by itself until it joins up with other bits of the PLA. So yeah, so this is Bastard Keyboards. Here, I'll bring it up. Which window do I want? What is this? That is, yeah, that's fine. Bastard Keyboards. This one right here. It's the Charybdis. DIY kit. So this is not for me. I wouldn't be able to want to use this. Charybdis? Whatever. Tomato, tomato. Anyway, this is for a coworker friend. But I left this one. I was on the printer when I woke up this morning. I had printed this one before. I'd shown you. I wasn't super happy with some parts of it, but yeah, the supports just pull out of there. Some of these are going to be a little kind of tied in by features, so you kind of got to break them out. But for the most part, the support removal with incompatible materials like that is pretty darn cool. But yeah, all that in there ends up really nice. But yeah, just kind of showing, this is each of these was about 200 tool changes. It's not a lot because it's only 2 materials. But the quality turned out really good. I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy with it. So, yep. Finally getting this done. This is one of those projects that's been on my plate for a while, and I'm going to be able to take it off my plate. Aetherling, thanks for being a member. More in the past week with index and possibly the past year. Nice. I tried an R2 will be 300 by 300 by 600, so the index has room. Where do I find info regarding panel modifications to accommodate index? So you won't have anything specific to index for panels if you're doing custom frame stuff. It's just figuring out. You can get panel sizes by putting your size in the the Trident configurator on vorondesign.com. Hey, Matto. Okay, I'm gonna get this guy some treats. We're gonna do this guy some treats. Yep, he's ready. I'm talking a lot out here, so it must be treat time. Tuxedo, thanks for gifted memberships. Such a good kitty. I'm feeding the neighbor cat. There's a fluffy gray, dark gray cat and a Siamese. And here, you got to do. No. There you go. Thank you. Okay, now you can go. Always talking a lot. Yes. I just stand out here oh, that's pointing the wrong direction. I just stand out here when I'm not streaming, and I just talk a lot. I just talk to the air. I practice. Holy bit messy garage. Oh well. Oh boy. I said thanks, Tuxedo, right? Yeah. Considering a new tool head for my Trident, anybody can tell me the difference between Orbiter 2 and 2.5. I'm not exactly sure. Hey, Eric with a K, welcome. Let's go back here. So this Charybdis. Automated layers. Let's go to the GitHub. How far from completion on the Vertigo? I think 3 more streams. No tunes today. See, this is what happens when I wake up at an hour before stream time. I forget all the things. I forget all the things. There's the tunes. Hey, Collie. What was I gonna say? High chance of magic. No! There's never a high chance of magic smoke. That's what makes it so fun. There's a low chance of smoke, so when it happens, it's rare. Okay, we're gonna go to the docs. All these links are in the description. Okay, Spectra. I've been up since 5:30. I've been having serious issues with my sleep. I did a sleep study the other day, so I'm hoping to be on track to get that corrected. Hey, Daddy Wazzy, welcome. Hi, Jose. Hey, Neil. Okay, he's going to his perch. Let's see. We are on. We had camera and cable routing. Electronics backpack. Thanks, Yamus. Appreciate that. I have problems. Well, yeah. It's not a matter of falling asleep. I fall asleep just fine. And I don't drink coffee past the morning. So it's sleep apnea, and it's diagnosed. About 12 years ago, I was diagnosed with extremely severe obstructive sleep apnea and ended up having my tonsils removed. So that helped, but not enough. So I expect to get back on a CPAP, which I've used before. I didn't like it, but if it will improve my sleep, then I will take it. Okay, we are on the electronics backpack, and where we left off are these pieces. I reprinted these last night because I forgot. I've had 2 weeks, and I left it until last night to reprint them. So let's find out if they actually did the trick. Find all the wiring. Sleep part. Just added Core 1L to your collection. I really like my Core 1L. Honestly, it's my go-to printer right now when I need something printed, because it's a whole lot quicker to heat up than the regular Core 1. Core 1's fine. Produces just as good a print. But the time from hit print to print done is quite a bit quicker. Where did these things go? Cable kits, and well, that's Trident. Where did I put those? Okay, I'm looking for Vertigo wiring box. Try Inspire instead of CPAP. Oh, I saw, the doctor did talk about an implant option. They always want to try the CPAP first, and then you go from there. So it's hard to convince them to do any other solution without trying the CPAP first, because that probably makes some company the most money. Where did all the boxes for Vertigo go? Where did I put those? Got... I'm very puzzled because I didn't intentionally move any of that. Absolutely right, Kobe. 100%. 100%. Hold on a second. All right. The problem with that, though, lose weight. Absolutely. The order you have there is wrong, though, because I am so tired. It is hard to get motivated to get up early enough or to get out there and do the exercises that I like to do. So I will only do the exercises I like to do, which is like running and riding. So I need to get my sleep under control first, and hopefully use the CPAP to do that. to lose weight, to stop having to use the CPAP. I am... Where... This garage is a mess. It's cluttered, but it's not that cluttered. There's probably one spot where I tucked all of these boxes for the Vertigo, and they're absolutely missing. It has all the wiring in them. It's not in the Vertigo. Yeah, Kobe, it's not that easy. Don't put yourself in my skin. Just don't do that. You can give your suggestion, but don't say just. Don't say just. That's not fair. That's not fair to anybody. Just do this. Just do that. Push through it. You can do it. Nah, screw that. That's not the way life works. You can't put yourself in someone else's skin. What I would like to do is just find these boxes. What in the world? It's right here is the only places they could be. Obviously they're somewhere else, but... He's watching over me. Just Bill. I have a miscellaneous box here. I found this box. It's been 2 weeks is the problem, apparently. But I wouldn't have moved those out of here. Shouldn't have moved them out of here. I'm sorry, guys. This is not good content. Me sitting here looking for... Me just sitting here looking for boxes that I didn't expect to have moved. I know I consolidated a bunch of stuff into fewer boxes. But I didn't think I had moved them. Oh. I'm at a loss. I have that box. Oh, you know what? I might have put everything. I might have been looking for a cardboard box and I might have consolidated everything here. You tidy, you won't find anything. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I think everything we need is probably in here. I consolidated things to get rid of, to clean up. Okay. Oh, here's that fan cover, or the camera cover that we had printed. What did you make drop? You made that drop. Hey, buddy. Am I being too interesting with crickling, rattling things? Can't relate to. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate that. Can you relate to this? So it's funny. April works at her work area doing cutting cloth and stuff. She does a lot of quilting and coordinating cloths and stuff. And Felix does this. So it turns out that Oscar is a shop cat. Felix is the inside pest. Hey, Reth, how are you? Okay, so we have a bunch of these. These are the guys. These are the guys we need to put in that. So let's grab all of these. Aha, here was our test piece. And these actually feel like they actually locked in okay. I thought these were falling right out last week. Did they just take a little bit of time to to swell to their spot? Because those actually feel pretty locked in. I mean, they pull out this way. Is that a big problem? I'm just going crazy, that's all. Humidity. It is hot. It is hot. Dude, you stepped on the keyboard. Come on, over here. There you are. Okay, electronics backpack. Let's figure out where we were here. We were quite a bit further. Were we this far? Yes. Oh, okay, so we were past all of this. So we must have been in a wiring guide part. Hey, Gurgman. Hey, run free site. So we did all that. We did this. Aha, here's where we are. Here we were. Set it to 220 volts. Well, at least for me, that's okay. If I set it to 220, it's just not going to work right. If you go the other way, then things get spicy and smoky. Okay, let's try. So we have Z37. There we go. Here's the first one. So Z37 is going to go in here. Let's go up here in spot 2. So let's see if so it doesn't go in that way. It's got to go this way. Let's see if these freshly printed ones work better. I don't know if they're significantly better. Let's see. Let's see. This is the one I had printed before. So this one was printed with the shrinkage compensation. This one was not. Same filament. Let's see if it's better. If it's better, then we'll just go with it. I don't think it's any really significantly better. So our plan B was hot glue. I couldn't find my hot glue gun. So this morning I went to Lowe's and bought a hot glue gun. This morning. Of course, these things, I'm glad I bought glue because they don't come with glue apparently. Good thing to have with hot glue gun is paper plate. Some sort of ooze catcher. We're gonna do that. We're gonna put this here. You get this here. We're gonna get everything wired up, and then we're gonna throw some dabs of hot glue in there. I think I bought 2 different hot glue guns when I was doing the packaging for the printer we took to Smurf, and I cannot find them. They are completely missing. Oh, it's got its own little, okay, own little ooze tray. That's kind of cool. Still, we'll use that. Do a little snippet out of the side here. And did it go with the printer? No, I'm fairly certain not. Works with the 18-volt Milwaukee batteries. It heats up fast and works great. Oh, that's cool. I would like a cordless one. I looked for one that would work with my DeWalt batteries, but so this is all outside of the printer, PC Master. I think it'll be fine. So this one is wired. We're just going to use this one. We're just going to use both of these. I reprinted these, but they're not markedly better. So we'll just start putting our pieces in. Z36, here's Z34. Z34 goes, we're looking at this, and we're going to be looking at, I'm going to be referencing this diagram here. These are all, here we are. Just if you want to follow along. Hot glue guns, how I describe 3D print. Yeah, exactly. They are computer controlled hot glue guns. There's a direct link to where I'm referencing in case anybody wants to follow along. Just this diagram. So here, and Z34 is this guy, LGT. Right there. Bondtech is using CA glue to hold their inductive coil in place. I saw something about that, but I'm not 100% sure. Here's Z36, which this is Z37. Z36 is right next to Z37. Z40 is down here. I'm just grabbing them and figuring out where they go. Now remember, last time we labeled all of these, so we would actually know which. We labeled the other end. Z36. Oh, that was Z38. Ah, so I put this one in the wrong spot. This was Z38. I read it wrong. Z38 goes down here. Hey, Mr. V8 Rick. What's the wiring block for? So I think this is just a wiring aid in that these go to the controller, and then all the wires that come from the other parts of the printer plug in to this stuff. Z36. Z36. I think I ran into this last time, is that I need to open a new tab so we can see. Ah! Let's go a little bit smaller. There we go. Now I can read them all. Post the link in the Discord chat for the glue gun. Cool. There's Z39. Z41. I like the concept here. It's going to be pretty clean as long as the rest of these wires can be managed. Z29. Yep, this is YE. YE, why not? Why not E? And then, how does this work? That is Z35. It's LGT. What does LGT stand for? We got LGT on both sides. 34 and 35. Yep. 28. 28 is down here. Hopefully I didn't make this way more difficult to get hot glue in here. I think I can probably move these out of the way and get little dabs of hot glue in. So the idea is that the coil doesn't actually get hot itself. And that's what they said. Okay, so this is Z30 and 31. That is what goes right here under L. Light? Oh, maybe. Good call. What's L then? Other light? Apart from a 300C steel nozzle 1 millimeter away with silicone insulator around it. And where is the, maybe it's 1 millimeter away from the coil, but how far is it away from the actual glue? Okay, that is populated. And we still have these two wires. This one is populated. Let me make sure that I did this one right. So 43 is there. This one should be 42, 45, and 44. So all those are correct. So let's get our glue on. Get another glue stick on deck. Hey, Denny. You came in at a good time after I couldn't find anything. Oh, okay. Let me. Every time is a great time. Okay, gotta wait for this. I think I like those with the little more defined tip like that. I think that'll be a good thing. A little brass tip there. Hey Josh, welcome. You missed me scrambling around looking for a cardboard box when I should have been looking for a plastic box. The other glue gun I have is a lot nicer. It's bigger. Oh, that's low. So there's two temperatures here. Let's go high. More hotter, more better, right? Oh, not there yet. Not there yet. So how is everyone? Just a quick reminder, Polymaker is having issues, maybe not issues, but they're transitioning to a new giveaway system. Just the back-end system for distributing coupons and stuff. So there is not going to be a Polymaker filament giveaway today. Now we did do on Tuesday and Wednesday. So we've had a good number of them out there. More than I usually do, so I'm sure they'll be back by the time I'm streaming again. I'll be streaming next weekend, but then I will not be streaming the second Sunday in August. I'll be away. So we're gonna do Impreza build on the 1st, more of the Vertigo on the 2nd, and then I won't be doing a Wednesday stream on the 5th or a stream on the 9th. I should give away a membership. I've given away all my memberships. Hey, Schlunky. Is this thing ready yet? Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's get this out of the way. I think I want to hold these in. Just do a little blob there. Hold in. This guy ready. Josh, I don't know if you caught, but my reprint was not significantly better, not significantly tighter when I printed without any compensation. So we're just gonna do a couple of dabs of hot glue on the inside and expect that will hold these in place just fine. We're on. There we go. We've got some zip tie spots that we're going to need to get to, but I think that'll be okay. So we'll set that one aside to finish cooling down. These live in the electronics compartment. Yep. Bill, thanks for gifted memberships. So I kind of want to hold these. I don't like this glue gun. I'm at the end of travel for the first stick, and it's not catching the second stick yet. This is not a great glue gun. This guy's not staying there. It'll push, but it falls right out. It needs a little O-ring there or something. Okay. It's a two-handed operation. Need a proper filament changer for that glue gun. Yes. See you, David. This is going to be a nightmare if I ever have to pull this apart. Ah, that's the trick. Put it in between. Pull them this way. And go to the next. Pull this way. One this way. Pull this way. A little bit of glue on this side. Just kind of pulling these into the thing. I think that'll be good. There's not too much glue in there. Hopefully just enough to hold those in place. And then these are in the electronics bay, but they're very isolated from the chamber. I don't think it'll get hot enough to worry about. So let's do that and unplug this. Make it so the connections can be undone on the cable and replace the whole thing when and if it goes. I'm surprised YouTube let that through. That's okay. Not a big deal. Yep, those are all not wiggly. Yep, that's exactly what we wanted. Okay, let's set this aside. Once you try a commercial glue gun, you will throw those cheap things away. I know. But this is what I could grab it this morning. Hit it with the heat gun. It's not even stringy now. All those were just pulled right out. One right there. There we go. The nice thing about hot glue is it doesn't actually chemically bond or anything to the plastic. So for the most part, a little bit of IPA and working with some tweezers, and that'll pull right off. Okay. Let's see. Then we bend these over. There we go, too loose. Dab a hot glue on the back or reprint. We opted for hot glue, so we need zip ties. Those are right here. Oh, my sinuses aren't happy this morning. Okay, so we're going to be putting all of these. So these go towards the top, it looks like on this one. It's hard to tell. How can I tell? Yeah. Oh, they go towards, it's easy. They go towards where the zip tie anchors are. So these just bend over. Zip tie on each side. Make sure you get in the correct one on the middle. Hey, BBs. You have any experience with the Vitali CNC Stealth Burner carriage? Joseph, just the rigid one, because I just installed one on my gray Trident last night because I need to do some work testing something else. What are you looking for? What kind of information are you looking for? If that's the one you're talking about. Okay, so those just, oops. There we go. Not too tight, it just holds them in place. Maybe the quality and install process seems to be fine. I didn't have any trouble with it. Install process was easy enough. Okay, now this one, we've got the same type thing. We've got anchors up here, so all of these get bent this way. So you're just gonna pull all of those in that direction. Actually, maybe before I bend them all, I'll put the zip tie in place. Just like that. Hey, Jack. Hey, Killer Prince. How's the new digs? Okay, so all of that moves that way. Go. Yeah, there we go. I got this bundle, which, see, this is why you label all of them on both ends. Okay, so we have our two things here. Let me grab the electronics thing, the backpack piece. I put it on the printer only for storage purposes. We weren't at the point where we were supposed to put it on yet. Oh, why is that? Oh, I undid the wrong. I undid the wrong screws. Oh, shoot. Yeah. You not going back on. Okay. This one. This one? Yep. Why aren't you coming off? Okay, there, that one. There we go. Okay. This guy. Pin it here. Things always better compatibility with Orbiter 2, which also intend to get. Definitely USB, no more CAN. Why is that? I still think I prefer CAN. Try the Gen 2. Yeah, the EBB 36 Gen 2. I just ordered, I don't have any extra on hand, so I just ordered one from KB3D last night, along with some parts for a future project. An LDO 250 kit with R2 upgrade, awesome. I'll be running a Revo PZ and was curious as to the rigidity affecting probing tolerances. It'll be plenty rigid enough. Yeah. Okay, this guy went here. Then we got this bundle of wires that we got to deal with. And I think all of these are going to go basically here and into power somewhere. So let's see. Let's find out. Okay, so the Z end stop one goes on first, but that's okay. Z end stop one. Let's open this in new tab. Boom. So those go, they have us going all the way under the board, wrapping around and plugging into there. So this guy, okay, so under the board, above the DIN rail, I'm guessing. Yeah, like that. And then get these fan wires out of the way. That goes there and clips onto there. Can move around wherever it ends up needing to be. And then all of these go up through here. And now we go Z45 here. Z44 is, okay, so we have Z29 is on the end, and then empty, and then 45 and 44 is the next one. Z45, it's right here. Z43 goes right here. Z42 goes in the end. So these are all of our Z end stops. And then we'll probably pull these over and anchor them nicely. But for right now, we want to leave everything loose so we don't trap ourselves in a whatever. BTT Gen has less issues when running hot. The word gets over 100 C, yeah. I think with Esoterical's guide, that made a big difference in the ease of setting up CAN, especially if you follow it to the letter. Okay, so that was just that one, so we can get rid of that. Now we're going to go here, which is, hold on. So we got all these with these things in place. Talk about putting these in. Now they're in place. I guess that's okay. It gets it put in place. And then we have install cable Z27 and Z28. So that's these bottom ones. So, oh, did I label all of these? Z35. I did not label all of these. I didn't get to labeling all of these. I don't know what this one is, for instance. Why didn't I label all of them? I don't know what these two are. Okay. I got ahead of myself. We might have to break out the multimeter. Figure out which ones I don't have labeled. So this one I don't have labeled, but this one's pretty easy. It's the only 2 pin on this side. So this is yeah, let's open a new tab. This is Z27. Let me grab my pen. Grab my pen and get the rest of these labeled before we get too far into this. This is 27. 27. What the hell? Okay. Oops. This guy is 35. This one's not labeled. What is this one? Can I tell? Ah, cool. I can see this one's very obviously Z29. So let's label this one. No, I watched an interesting non-printer specific, someone linked it to me. I don't remember who. Was it you, Bill? Oh, that label went south quickly. Where is, do I have any alcohol out here? No, did not label well. Big thing of alcohol. What was your solve for the Wago numbers? Nothing. No real solve. They're just covered is all. What was the one I was just labeling? Yeah, this one. This one, I'm not happy with how that one. My handwriting didn't go well. Let's pull that, let it dry. Anyway, this video talked about the robustness of can and stuff. It was an interesting, and how it actually works. Z29, okay. That one, what's this one? Is that one labeled? No, okay. So this one. This one is, I think, what's ever in LGT. I think this is Z35. Let's find out. See, if you don't label these on both sides, I know I'm broken record here, but if you don't label these on both sides, it's really hard to figure out. Yep. Okay. So that's 35. Hey, don't knock it. 35. there any others that aren't labeled? This one. But this one is Z28. You can see it. So let's do 28. These are labeled, that one's labeled. This one isn't, but it's kind of its own thing. That one's L. It's the only one with 2 pins. That's these loose pins. Okay, back on the thing. Put this guy away. Hey, Mike. Back, and where were we? Right here. Install Z27 and Z28. Those go. Boom. Okay, they go over there somewhere. Short extensions make no sense to me. Why not plug directly into the board? Particularly difficult to access. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I think of that or not yet. We'll figure out once we get it all together to see if this feels like it was better or not. So here's Z27. And this goes to down here, which is the TH. This is thermistor 3. So we're going to go across here, maybe under this, and into here. Z27 and Z28. IROC Z28. Trying not to twist things up, so at least I hopefully will be able to zip tie things into a nice, neat pattern. Yeah, we'll be able to get that clean, I think. Okay, so that's Z27 and 28. Let's close this. Let's shrink that down. Then, okay, so we're just working our way up. So 34, 35, and 32, 33. What is this? $32, $33 Y cable. So we have this guy going into one fan port. This is a little Here's 35. And here's... Why do I have two 35s? This one should have been 34. This one should have been 34. Why did I label that one 35? Is it labeled 35 on the thing? Let's fix it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Z, why have the extra, I mean, just, why not just the number? If there's not an X 34, then why do we have, why are these 34? Now, I am going to double check that meter just to make sure I don't cause myself problems later. But this should be to one of these. So let's just grab a pin here and There it is. Yep. So that is 34. Okay. Okay, so 34, 35 goes into this little Y adapter. Not quite sure why. I know it's so they go into, so it plugs into the same connector. But here's something that I noticed with all of the LDO, and probably all, not just limited to LDO, but when you start having a manufacturer making wiring harnesses, everything's way too long. Way too much wire. That doesn't need to be that long. I mean, this is at least twice as long as this all needs to be. See? It starts to get messy, and it starts to get to a point where you're just going to cram it in and close the door. Okay, so that's those. And then we go to the next step, which the zoom, you can't use the site as it is. It just, the scaling, the scaling makes these small numbers way too blurry. So having to zoom out every time is kind of annoying. Okay, Z29. Z29 plugs into the end stop over here. And then Z30, 31 goes down here. So this is the bare wires. What's the other one? Okay. These guys, I'm going to send these through the middle of all of this. Where's my tweezers? Oh. I don't think it's smart to send them under all of that. So I'll send them around here. Around here and around into here. So this one goes here. Going to look like a rat's nest by the time I think so. We shall see. Then over, the third one. Okay, so that is power going to some light or something. Okay. Now the next one. Open a new tab. So what do we have here? 40 and 41 are steppers. Okay. It's a lot of wiring. Version of the rat's nest. Oh, well, we'll see. Gotta work with what you got, right? So 41 and 40. There's 36. This is 38. Bunch of wires here. We got 41 and 40. 41 and 40 are right here. And I think we want to go just gonna send these down here. Under the board. Wow. We're gonna be hiding lots of sins underneath this board. I really don't like these fan wires. They need to get plugged in first. Where do these plug in? They need to get plugged in because they are irritating. Okay, 41 goes in the second one. Second stepper port. I've not found, so this is a criticism I have for the LDO kits, is they are way too generous on every single kit I've seen in terms of wire length. It is kind of ridiculous how much wire they include. And many of them, they have to accommodate to up to a 350 as far as the Voron stuff, but I think they're even high for that. Now, that might be the case with all the kits. I don't have much experience with anything else. Okay. So that's 40 and 41. So I think we're going to end up throwing a lot of wires that way. Oh, shoot. Whoa. Okay. I guess I don't get to zoom in and out on those other ones. So then 38 and 39. 38 and 39. So we're going to do the same thing as far as running these. And really, all of these are going to end up going that direction. So I'm just going to do these other ones while I'm here. These are all going to go up underneath the board. This is quite a mess. See you, Andres. Okay, so we got a bunch here, and then 39, 38. So we're skipping one. So there's a 2-pin connector here. That's probably some just 24 volt or whatever 24 volt output for a fan or something. So then skipping this one, and this one's 39. 39 goes right here. And then 38, 36, 38 goes right next to it. 37, 36 goes on the very end. 37. Liz, how are you? Okay, so all of these are plugged in. Hoping there's some printed parts that need to go here too. I'm not optimistic. Hey, Psycho. Is there wires not cut for specific size of kits? No. No, they pretty much do the same wiring harness for a 350 as a 200, and you get to loop back and forth stuff in a 250. I meant 250. Okay, so 3637 is done. So that is all of those wires coming out of this block. These fan wires, they need to go away. Complete the electronics backpack section, then continue. Okay, electronics backpack. That's where we just were. Let's play. We did all this. Okay, so, okay. We need to, so that's there. Then repeat for side A. Let's go there. And then we need to put these check docs wiring diagram before continuing. So that's what we just did. That's where we left off. Now we got to put these things on. Okay. So we need a couple of pieces. Lots of extra stuff here. Oh, hey, Peaky Paul. Okay. We've got these fan ducts, which is nice. Nice to make sure we have cooling. Make sure we push some cooling past this wiring. Two more of these. That's the last of them, so that's good. And 3x10. So this one goes over here, and this goes this way onto there with an M3x10. Screws over here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. What did you print the ducts out of? This is just the same Polymaker Galaxy Black ASA that the rest of the black is on the printer. So with the LDO Voron kits, could you do a rectangular chassis or do they have to be cube? You can do a rectangular chassis. I've got my Trimax build is basically a 350 frame wide and a 250 frame deep. What's your thoughts on these DIN terminals versus Wagos or other terminals? They're fine. I have no concerns about the terminals. They're a little spring-loaded clamp, just like a Wago, just a different form factor. Okay. Now, see, here's the problem is these wires are quite in the way. Let's see. Let's tuck that there. This. Okay, and then yeah, that's not all that great for airflow. So I guess we pop this off. We're gonna have to take all of these down. tucking that down and out of the way. And I'll do that to all of these. Where they go. Quite a bit more out of the way of there. See, big difference. All free, all clear. This one is for cooling the, it'll give some cooling to these and the pie. And we'll end up just doing some zip ties. Oh. Okay, so that's on. Don't know yet where we're plugging these guys in. Do we not get to plug these guys in? Or is that missing from the instructions? No, check fit of the hooks before I allow it to hang freely. There's hooks? Oh, I see. See that? There's some hooks. Right here. That's the hook. Okay, that's nice. The cooling ducts are good. Yeah, I agree. Oops. Hook. It faces a rear panel mount. Then we tighten all those screws. Continue the written wiring and printed guide. Okay, so let's get this stuff up out of the way. These up out of the way. All that's out of the way. Screwdriver. So I've got a bunch, these wires should not be there. So I'm going to set this over here for a second. Tuck these down and out of the way. Just making sure we don't pinch anything. Okay, that kind of holds there, but I would not trust it. Use it to guide, but make sure you hold it in place. Here we go. It's on there. Yep, Kinova will do a custom heat pad. Just about anything you can imagine, they'll do. Okay, so this is saying move on to the wiring guide from here. Okay, back to link to the remaining steps of the wiring guide. So this is, we did all this. Oh, we gotta go down past where we just were. Complete, then continue. Okay, so now we're installing all these other cables. So I think the thing we're gonna need to figure out is, did I label these? Yeah, I did. Good. There we go. Okay, so now that's there. Cable madness. That is a puke monster of cables right there. Hey, penguin makers. Zip tie it and I'm done. Let's see. This is basically install Z25. So are all these coming from? Let's see. How do I know what is Z25? This is a blue cable. This is the lights over here. Too much. There we go. Okay. Let's zoom this in. Open a new tab. Feta. Split cable wrap with zip ties. Well, we'll see what ends up. I think there's a little box that goes on the back of this too. There's a little cover. Oh, I'm a little overwhelmed here. Let's see. Let's split these because it doesn't really say where to start. One. How does it distinguish? This must be, so these wires are probably waiting. So let's put these out of the way. These are what we're doing right now. So what are these? Signal. Signal for what? SIG. That's all it says, is SIG. This one. Z53. Ah, so this is our CAN. These are our CAN wires. So let's make sure these stay twisted all the way to the end. So our CAN wires go Okay, can high, can low go over here. So let's take these, keep them twisted. This silicone wire, silicone or whatever it is they used here, doesn't like to stay twisted. Okay. Tug test. Okay, so those go straight down right there. What's next in line? Tool head, 24 volts. Okay, so I think that's probably this. Well, here, I'm gonna give another annoyance with the labeling. So this is actually labeled Z55 and 56. Is this the, yeah, that's the tool head. That's the tool head power. Label it Z55 and 56 here as well. I'm tugging on them and it's pulling on the tool head cable chain, so I know they are the correct wires, but the logic in labeling things needs a lot of work with this project. I know, I'm fairly certain a lot of that is LDO, but a lot of it is you guys, Josh and Feta. These need some work. Ah, there it is. God, I didn't see that. Okay, I take it back. But that is not, I'm looking here. I'm looking up here. That's not what I wanted. So bed TC, Z4849. Bed TC. Bed TC is what? Bed TC is what? Is that the bed thermistor? Thermocouple? What is bed TC? This just says SIG. This just says SIG. It's the two yellow wires. So if we're going by color, it just says SIG and it's the correct connector on the end. The only other connectors we have are some of our power. So I'll go back to my complaint of labeling. The inconsistency in labeling is awful. This just says SIG on it. But I think it goes into 48 and 49. And these heat shrink labels are a little too close. Make sure they're all the way in. There we go. I know what it is. Paul, I know what it is. I'm commenting on the inconsistency in labeling in this whole project, and they know this. They know this. I'm just seeing it as it comes along. I'm emphasizing how annoyed I am with the labeling from the beginning on this. Okay, so those 6 wires are done. Now we have force sensors and safety switch. So force sensor A and force sensor B. go into this Z25Y cable. So this guy goes here, and that means that SIG and SIG, let's see how many SIGs we have. SIG and SIG, and what's this one? We have ground and V plus. Got all of our bed power stuff over here. This is fine. We've got ground and V plus. I don't know what this is. What color? So it's not these. These ground and V plus are black and blue. There's a Z47. This one is, who knows? So I'm guessing these two here, SIG and SIG, are the force sensors. Because they're the only ones here that are the right color of wires, which is blue and white, which I can see in the force sensors. And those come down here and plug into this Y connector. This is going to rapidly become a eye-twitching, OCD-triggering rat's nest. I will continue to say that this is a fun build. It's has some irritating aspects, but it's very different from what I normally build. There are some things that I would very much do differently, almost all in the wiring. The rest of this has been pretty good. The tool head was a lot of fun. The bed mechanism. But this wiring, you're gonna hear me low-key curse a lot. Okay, what was the other thing here? Safety switch. So what wire is the safety switch? That is this guy here. So which one is the safety switch? Is that this guy? The problem is I don't know. I don't know. There's a black. Okay. So I think it's the remaining white. Oh, I don't actually know which one of these. Is it the one that's labeled V plus and ground? I think the two SIG ones are force sensor, and I think V plus and ground is the safety switch. It goes in the right direction. It goes in the right direction. Now, which one? That one's there. And then I can't pull it enough to wiggle it. I can probably, I know what I can do. I can take just tie that there. Take my multimeter again. This thing here. Nope. That's not it, which means I screwed up one of these other ones. Which, unless it's not working for some reason, maybe it came unplugged. Let me see if it came unplugged before I go too far. It did come unplugged. It did come unplugged. Yeah, that's a pain point here, because now I don't have enough wire, which means I need to loosen all of this. And this, running this safety switch wire through the force sensor thing and around, was a real pain in the neck. Yeah, that's actually pinched. That's actually pinched. I can see it. It has to go up and make a bend under. Oh, that's wrong. Screwdriver. To loosen this just enough to get this up under there. Does it go? I get to redo all of this. This was not even close to fun before. Yeah, that was all pinched. Let's take the opportunity, pull this a little tighter. Sorry, you're just gonna have to deal with this. My head in the way. Yeah, this is pretty awful. Okay, let's try that. Oops. Ah. I would highly suggest figuring out a way to make this better. This wire route around this force sensor is way too easy to pinch stuff. And I don't even know for sure that I still don't have enough wire there. I've got to redo all of this. Just pull this out because I need more. Well, why is that pinched there? Jeez. Oh yeah, some of this is position of that. So the heat shrink label is in a really bad spot. So let's move it way down to where it's in there. Let's plug this in. There we go. Make sure that's plugged in. Now pushed up through there. Now all of this. So this has to go. There's a couple of channels here where all this stuff goes. Oh, catch up on chat. Chamber retains heat pretty well since it traps it. That's what I'm assuming. Neil, my Trimax is a 350 frame wide. Yeah, I did check with the multimeter. I didn't have enough pulling on this when I installed this, unplugged the safety switch, because this wire route is, putting it very kindly, ultra fiddly. So now I've got to sit here and try to get it. I'm gonna sit. This will make it a little more comfortable. Fit. Now I've got to get this here, here, and then this has to line up with that. And that has to go through there. It's just getting these two wires to line up and stay in the groove and everything without pinching a wire is not fun. Okay, that's in the correct spot. So let's see if we can get this. Well, that's no longer lined up because that T-nut got out of the way. Okay, now push that over in there. Other side. Okay, now that's here. Okay, I think that's plugged in. This is definitely the so you guys can see. Wow. What? Oh, it's in the normally closed position. Got it. That makes sense. Now it's working. Okay. No, we're good. The tape wouldn't have worked. There's not enough room for tape in there. Now that that's on, now I've got to get this piece back in. and make sure that we're not pinching any wires. Good. That's better. Okay. Apparently that no longer lines up. So just shifted the T-nut a little bit. Okay. Ugh. Oh, now it popped the T-nut. T-nuts too loose can be almost as frustrating as T-nuts too tight. Because if you push on them wrong with the screw before it engages, you can disengage them, and that's what happened. That's what's happened twice now. Okay. Deep breaths. Go. Okay, that's it. Different. Okay, and those all tuck up into there. And put this cover side on. This was meant to be done with the belts on. Okay, side quest done. This is safety switch, which is about 1 billion miles too long of wire. Plugs in right here. Look at that. Way too much wire. Okay. These are the AC wires for the bed. What are these? Z47 and Z45. Let's see what's next. Hey, Joey. So that's that one. Unplug the tool head's XT30 connector. Sure the tool head is unplugged. Set the voltmeter to DC voltage. Touch the voltmeter's heads to XT30 connector. Voltmeter should read a positive 24 volts. Okay. Let's get all of these out of the way. 24 volts is plugged in there. I'm way ahead of you. I never plugged in the XT30. I never plugged it in. Volts. Oh, short cable. Okay. Oh, short cable. There we go. Here's a longer one. Power just barely reaches. Okay, switch is off. Power is in. I can't get, I don't have quite enough length. So this is, watch here. This is where the smoke would come from. This is where the smoke would come from. Okay, no smoke. Good. Okay. XT30. We've got ground here. It's plugged in. We don't want to cross the streams. There's our 24.02 volts. Okay, cool. Power it off. Just in time to hear, this is where the smoke will come from. I don't know why the suggestion is to probe, or the picture shows probing the connector here. I mean, the end is probe shaped. Use the probe shaped spot. Yeah, we would have just got a negative value on the meter if we had it wired backwards. But use the probe shaped spot. PZ probe control cable. What? This cable needs a little extra explanation. Oh, we did that. We eliminated all the programming wires. Figure I'll add them if for some reason I need them, but we won't need them. Sneezed. Hey, shush, Bill. Install lights and stop electronics, fans, cameras. Okay, so here's where our... let's take note of the little insert picture here as to where they plug in there, I think. These guys plug in on the end with the black wire to the end. This one goes to the inside one. Yeah, okay. The connector, I'm not really, don't have a good view, but this is a Molex KK connector, and it kind of guides you as to how to plug it in. Toss that there. I would have liked to have sent this underneath the board instead of going up and over. Would have been good to know before I covered everything up, because now it just kind of hangs out here. Now it just kind of hangs out there, which is annoying. Maybe I can still fix that. Let's pull this off. Let's see if I can get it through the maze of I don't think I'm going to be able to get it through the maze of wires. Maybe pull these out of the way. Go up the side here. Come on. I want to go underneath the board. Aha! There it is. Woohoo! There. That's a lot cleaner. There we go. Okay, goes there. These tuck back under here, and then the fan can go back on. There. Okay. Steve's comment on the Mad Max, was it 350 wide? 250 deep. It's a 350 frame wide and a 250 frame deep. Now, if I was redoing my Mad Max, I would rotate it 90 degrees. Now that would mean changing the Y rails and changing the X rail, but that would give me no loss in Y for a 250 wide build area. Hey, Adam. Okay, so the fans, so the two side fans are now plugged in, and those wires are finally not annoying me. And then we have, these are all of our 3 end stops. Now, and I know I've emphasized my annoyance with the wiring here. These are all just labeled end stop 1, 2, end stop 3, 4, end stop 1, 2, and end stop 3, 4. When it matters, right? It matters. So now we have to figure out which one is which. So these end stops are like here, but I don't know which one is this one supposed to be. Even looking at that, I don't know what number this one is. I can figure out which is which. So Josh or Beta, can you give me end stop? I would say end stop 0, 1, 2, and 3. What Z number those correspond with? I can figure out the rest, but I don't know which one is supposed to be which. Hey, Jim. Because if you look at this, we've got end stop Z numbers here, and where they go, is it labeled on the printed part? The printed part is labeled. Let's see. I just opened that. Is that one not? That one's not a super high res picture. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Does this correspond with, was 1, 2, 3, 4 correspond with what I would expect? Is this 1, 2, 3, and 4? If I can get that information, I can move forward. But I don't have enough information to move forward otherwise. So I need someone on the design team to speak up. Or tell me that it doesn't matter. But I feel like it probably needs to matter. I could probably go into the configuration and figure it out. Figure out which end stop port is assigned to which Z stepper. Let me see. GitHub, do I have, here we go. Software, printer config, and it should be in here. Let's see if I can figure this out before they respond. My service isn't great where I'm at, I missed the request. So my concern here, Beta, is that this doesn't tell me which switch goes to which corner of the printer. And since these are only labeled Z end stop and then the Z number, the same labeling issue applies where at this end, they're only labeled ES1/2 and ES3/4, and there's obviously the 4 of them. So to figure out which, so they should match the motors, but there's 2 of them that are labeled, there's 2 of them that are labeled ES1/2 and 2 of them that are labeled ES3/4. So what I need to know is this stepper 1, and is this stepper 2, and is this 3, and is this 4, as I would expect in a regular QGL configuration. Front left, front right, back. 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's dumb. I'm just gonna flat out say it. That is contrary to every other configuration that is out there. If this is 1 and this is 2, this is 3, this is 4, that's contrary to every other configuration out there. Which adds a lot of confusion for people that have built any printer before. Trident is 0, 1, 2. Voron 2 is 0, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to go it is in a few places. Where in the docs? Can you show me where in the docs? Can you point me where in the docs? Because I miss a lot of places in the docs, but I'd like to highlight where they are that I should have found them. Now I've got to tone out, at least I have pairs here. And I need to mark these as which number they go into. So if this is 1, let's get my meter. The front 2 work together and the rear 2 work together, so it made sense for us to do it this way. They're separate. Okay. What can I even do this? I think I can go signal and ground. Signal and ground. Not that one. There it is. Okay. So this is back. So this one is back left. What is this? Where's your scroll up to where you said back left is 3. So this is 3. Let me get my marker here. Three. So this one is 1. Hey, LTX Designs. the checks and calibration page. This should be, so now this one, 1, 2 should be the front. Yep, so this is 2. This one is 4. Printing the docking system. The build is going okay. There's some finicky spots, some annoying spots. The expectation and hope is that feedback is heard. I don't care if it's actually makes any change. That's up to the designers. But as long as it's heard, we're good. So now these guys plug in here, and it's kind of annoying to plug them in with this fan in the way, by the way. So one, where's 2? This one is 2. So this one is the most annoying one. Oops. Oh, that moves over a little more. That's a little better. It does move over a little more, so it is a little less fiddly if you move it over. 4. And 1. Actually, let's go 3 first, because it should be a little easier. And 1. Okay, oops. Did not plug in. Okay, those are all plugged in. Oh, I know. I've popped the ducts off several times. Okay, what is this? Is there a... Oh, there is. So there's a camera. There's a camera cable. Okay, I got a neat little baggie here. Okay, so I have this, and then I have a included or sent USB extension piece. So now there's a little USB cable here, which is kind of cool. And this guy comes down. This plugs in here, and this will plug in here. We'll have to figure out how to clean all that up. Okay. I know you guys are probably getting a little frustrated with my frustrations, but it is what it is. I'm talking about Feta and Josh. Okay, that one is done. End stop check. Unplug and test one end stop at a time so each connector can be easily returned to its original location. Paper clips can be used to make it easier. I'm not going to bother. I'm going to assume that these all work because this feels fiddly. Here to watch someone who knows more than I. It's a win-win. Awesome. Yep. Disconnect the end stops. I suggest you test your end stops. I will check them hopefully in the configuration. That's weird. This isn't correct. This is not correct. Help me. My initial thought is this is not correct. You should be going between the signal and ground. That's what I was doing when I tested the ones I did test, and it worked. No, I get it, Feta. I know a lot of my frustrations aren't with the design. It's with, but a few of them are. But this thing, can you double check? I feel like this is incorrect, this diagram. I think you should be checking between green and black, not green and red. And when I tested the two to confirm which one I was labeling, I was testing between green and black, not green and red. And they were behaving as expected between green and black. Okay, so a note to fix. Yeah, it's just for the LED. Okay, noted. Electronics fan pinout is wired as shown. Yellow, red, black, yellow. Yes, mine are wired that way. Okay. Install the bed heater and bed fans. So bed fans, that's zoom, open a new tab. So for some reason, at this point in the manual, these are no longer ultra high res pictures. So every point before this, I've been able to open it in a new tab and then click it to view the actual size, and it ends up being too big, but it has changed. So FYI, something has changed, and now I have to zoom in, and remember I did because that does the whole browser. Okay, so Z46 and Z47. And then our bed heater, ground, neutral, and live. Okay. So Z46 and Z47, I think these are actually labeled as such here. Z46 and Z47. Go behind the belts, here and here. And this is just all those fans underneath the printer, underneath the bed going there. That's not a big deal. I've just noticed the last couple of screenshots have come up differently. They're not at the same zoom level, the same original picture quality. Now all of these plug in. Let's take all of these behind all of these. And then do we have live, neutral, and ground? Ground goes there. Neutral goes in the middle. And live on the end. Okay. Run zoom. That is all for that. And then install steppers Z46, 47, 50, 51, and 52. Yeah. It's pretty consistently all the images from here on look to be not zoomed. That's okay. So Z, what is that? Z67, 66. So this is Y motor B and Y motor A. This is going to be a chore to, this is going to be a real chore to clean up this wiring. I haven't paid that much attention to the Vertigos I've seen out in the wild. It shows to what the wiring bay looks like. Maybe it's fully covered and it's just pushed. Okay. These guys, all of these guys. But there is a lot of extra wire here. Ah, shoot. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I labeled these on the ends of these wires as I would expect. 0, 1, 2, 3. Is this the same? Is this the same 1, 2, 3, 4? I'm guessing. I'm gonna guess. So 0 goes into 1. So 0, 0 goes into 1. It's right there. 2, 3 goes into 2. 1 goes into 3. And 2 goes into 4. Good job, cable and managing my try next time getting sure to see. Okay. Zoom back out. So that's it for that one. And then we, oh, hold on. Where did I miss it? We have 4 wires that haven't been plugged in yet. Actually, don't know for sure. What is this? What is this one? This didn't screw it out. What is going on? Oh, I guess so. We have several extra wires. Hey, Steven. We have several extra wires. That must be these. Okay, I missed it here. This is where I missed it. I missed it here. It's these right here. So we have... Yeah, that makes sense. Four connectors. We have a logo light, light A, light B, and Y end stop. Y end stop is easy, but this must be logo light because it comes from the top. So logo light goes into 59. Logo light goes here. That's just always on. I think that was the always on connector that got wired directly into the power supply. And then light A, light B, I don't think it matters. Holy rat's nest. Don't like it. Y end stop is here. And then these two I don't think matter. They're just the LED strips. Okay, now it's all wired. Oh, that was making me twitch. Making me twitch. Okay. Continue in the firmware guide. This concludes the electronics backpack wiring required for firmware installation. We'll integrate the remaining components in later steps. Stage only the cables that we have covered should be connected. Is there anything that wouldn't be connected? So this is an odd statement here. This is an odd statement because there is nothing not connected. I guess we technically haven't reconnected the tool head board. Only the cables we have covered should be connected. Did it tell us to put the tool head board cable back? I don't remember. Here, right here. This just makes me pause without knowing why I'm pausing. Because on the back, everything is connected. I guess we'll just leave the tool head board disconnected. So let's go to the firmware guide. Vertigo machines run Calico, which is a forked version of Clipper firmware. That is the installation presented in this guide. You can read more about the project and its effort. Calico installation directory firmware services still contain references to Clipper for compatibility reasons. That's fine. Ensure the Raspberry Pi CM4 module is properly installed into, that's done. Insert one of the SD cards into your computer. Hey, this is the exciting part. Let me grab the one of the SD cards. One of the SD cards. Oh, they're in here. Where are the SD cards? This came with SD cards. Where are they? I've had a couple of SD cards around. Maybe I got them mixed up with other things. We will just insert this SD card that I just have on my desk, which is good enough. I know there were two. Yes, there absolutely were two SD cards in the kit. Oh, you know where I probably put them? I probably put them in the... Probably put them in here. Aha. That's where I put them. It came with a 64 and a 32. Does it matter which one I use? This is putting the Pi, so I'll use the 64 for this one. Just say where to cut. It says cut here. And how you doing, Poity? Forgot to say hi when you woke up. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh. I've never had so much trouble getting into a SD card. Okay, where is my reader? It should be right up here. There it is. Reader, and plug it in. Hey, Adrondama. 3D Musketeers are coming in. How you doing, Grant and Company? Almost threw away that one. Welcome, 3D Musketeers. Everybody say welcome. Hey, Grant. Hey, Da Vinci. What do we got? We have a nice number of likes right now. Hey, Mad Cat. Okay, let's start up the imager. The Raspberry Pi imager that they broke, they destroyed. Device, Pi 4, next. And then what does it want us to do? Pi OS other. And then OS Lite. Next, the SD card. What was the, oh, we're going to name this thing Vertigo. Vertigo? Vertigo. Oh, VER. That's why it looked weird. Flying to Prague on Wednesday to visit Bruce on Friday. Awesome. Okay, have fun. Next. Okay, this is, yep, the new, oh shoot, I'm not showing any of this. There we go. Want me to hassle Tommy and Powell with? Oh, did you really open that? You really opened that question up. Grant's. Okay, so Capital City, this new thing is really dumb. So make sure if you're in the US, it's Washington, D.C., then the time zone. So all this is only there because it was there before. If you come into this fresh, it gets really interesting. Username, password, it's saved, that's fine. SBNet, yep. Enable SSH, yep. Enable, what is Raspberry Pi Connect? No. Nope, not enabled. And right. I don't need a countdown. Writing. I need the final countdown. You're right. You're right. At least it wasn't a 3 seconds. How many was it? It was probably 3 seconds, but it wasn't a real 3 seconds. Oh, Poity, I just realized with your statement there, this doesn't have a screen. It does need a screen. That shouldn't be too bad to integrate. Especially if you did like an HDMI screen in the front. Shouldn't be too bad. This is the first time I realized it doesn't have a screen by default. It needs a screen. Okay, let's go back here while that's doing that. What is our next steps? Select your storage device. Oh, all this. Vertigo. You can pretend there's a giveaway. We did all this. Writing, write complete. Oh, that's interesting. What? G-code storage and PyOS image. I didn't know those were different. I would have probably switched the sizes, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to fill it up anyway. They are redoing their system for giving out codes, Admiral Adama. So we've been asked to pause the filament giveaways while they sort that out, so they don't end up with a whole backlog of requests to deal with. So yeah. Should do a cat treat giveaway at the time at least. Oscar does not need a reason to bug me again in stream. Let's open up this other one. Guess the other SD card. Shoot myself. Oops. One. So this guy is apparently going to go right here. Okay. At least there's a full path down. That just plugs in right there. Then the other one goes in right there, which is going to be feeding. Finish. Okay. So now we plug this one in, which I think we're going to pull this fan duct off. There we go. That plugs in right there. This guy can go. That goes right back down on there. Okay, that is all plugged in. Didn't try hard enough. Oh boy. So turn the machine on. I'm going to see if I can reach this because I want maximum smoke viewing angle. So let me try plugging in and see if I can reach from my power over here. I need better power plug setup. Oh, that's way off. There's no way that's gonna reach. I got it. Just need to unplug a couple of things over here. An extension cord here, already set up for Phoenix, so we'll just plug in right here. I can plug in right here. Okay, are we ready? Likelihood of smoke highest right here. Hey, Phil. Welcome. Okay, it's powering up, setting up the image. Have lights. Open a terminal on your computer and SH into the printer host. SSH, hi at Vertigo. Let's see if it'll come up yet. Not up yet. Actually doing pretty good on time. A lot of wiring cleanup to do. Let's see if it's up yet. Yeah, what are we up to, Phil? Running on replacement parts for filament sensors should be here Tuesday. Awesome. This is not coming up. Let me see, where's my phone? Let me see if it's showing up on the network at all. Let's try again. Oh, there it is. Just had to give it some time. It's got to build that image the first boot up. So here we are. We are there. Okay. If the host name is not found, yada yada, run the commands below to download the setup script, make it executable, and run it. You will be prompted for the password created in the previous section. So let's copy this. Paste that, I think. Okay. Sudo password. Help me keep an eye out for any errors. System will reboot when the setup script is finished. Wait a couple of minutes for the lights on the board to stabilize before continuing. Okay. Nice. Oh, this is setting up all the... This is just automating the full can setup process. These are some of the things you do if you're following Esoterical's guide. It's like it's just automating this whole thing. That's nice. I like it. Check it out, Phil. While that's while that's installing, I got both halves of the keyboard I've been printing for a friend. I got both halves done. This goes like this. Something like that. PCTG supports. I haven't broken all of these out, but you see how easy those come out. I really benefit from a non. Oh yeah, I saw your comment there. Yep. But yeah, that's a major little island there that turned out fine. Super happy. I've been needing to print this for a good while. This is just a ergonomic keyboard. It's the bastard keyboard Charybdis. But yeah, you just kind of, I mean, some of these are going to be beneficial to cut from the back to get out a little easier. I'm going to make a mess if I keep going. It is messy because they do shatter. But yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy. Now I get to print the last few pieces of this and my promise will be fulfilled. That's always a good thing. This is still going. Ugh. This is really good. We're less than almost 3 hours in and we're loading up in firmware and configuring. So I think my plan, we're at this point, I think the plan is going to be to continue today. Next stream will be finishing off, hopefully getting things going in tests. And then we'll still do another stream of just printing. And I think we were planning on bringing Josh or Feta or both on to chat about the build. I don't think that's a surprise to them. Yeah, we might see at least stepper buzzing today. I mean, don't want to get ahead of myself, but at least stepper buzzing today. I do want to figure out what steps we clean, because there's a cover that goes on the back here. Where is that? It's right here. There's a cover here that I think goes probably like this to clean up this mess. It might go, I don't know. Oh, it probably goes right like that. There's little grooves here that, and there are some things in there. So that goes there. And that'll help because we can probably pull some of these up. We can probably pull some of these wires up in here and do a little service loop and hide it behind inside this because there's lots of room in here. We can probably loop some of those up and zip tie them. Raj, thanks for being a member. This is still going. Yeah, I don't think, because we still have panels and clicky-clack door to put on, I don't think we'll be far enough along today to consider next stream the final one. I don't want to rush it. I want to go through full, especially with this printer. I want to get to the point where we're doing full prints. What are these? Where were these used? I just realized I have extra wires. Are Feda or Josh, are you guys around? Do you know where? Have I just not come across these in the instructions, or did I miss these? This is Z113 and Z112. I'll have to look that up. I don't want to rush the last bits of this, so if it takes another 2 streams after today, that's fine. You had extra also? Okay. Here it is. We're doing clipper stuff. Or calico stuff. Those are the wires from the warning. Let's see, where else are we? So we've run this, system will reboot. Then we're gonna flash catapult, push physical buttons on the boards, or connect different cables to update firmware. Okay, so this is nicely step by step. I like it. This is good. Oh. So how is everyone else doing? Who has updated a Trident to R2? That's a build coming up. We're going to resurrect Tribent. Probably, I mean, definitely starting in August on a Wednesday series. I've got the brown filament in the dryer right now, and I'm going to start printing parts this week. Maybe even starting today. Hey, Zeta. Working on that right now. Nice. Hey, Dave. So I do my last shot before Vice. Ah. You bought a 300 Trident yesterday. Awesome. The people who have done it all had head starts so far. QGL is not more better, Phil. Hey, John. Trident 250 this week to upgrade. Awesome. Planning one, but not until after the OC Maker Fair. Mr. Grinch is in progress. First Trident right now. Awesome. Creating a Moonraker. I see a warning there. I think we're okay. Webcam. Okay. Printed 3 so far. Nice. This is for printed part services for people. That's awesome. New Zeta motor mounts and covers. Did I post links yet? To what? Post links to what? Oh, so Zeta, there's no giveaway today. If that's what you mean. There's no giveaway today. $455. Well, we still have our follow-up stream. Fix projects first. I'm going to convert toolhead to use amplify for vice. Nice. Had to buy new touchscreen due to it not being clear on the direction of the ribbon cable from BTT. Uh-oh. Do you have any or know of any printers I'm looking forward to not yet released? I don't know of any projects out there. I mean, so any of the commercial printers, there's a bunch of tool changers coming out. There's some question on some of them on whether they violate index patents or not, so I've stayed away from them. I have a CB1 on my Micron. So pain to set up. As far as community projects, I'm not quite sure what's out there. If anybody has, except for, so let's exclude Kiloprints from this question. I don't know if you're here, but excluding Kiloprints from this question, post in my Discord or in the comments, what builds do you want to see? Maybe there's something out there I don't know about. What do you want to see as far as future builds or modifications? You seen Helix screen? I have seen it. I haven't tried it yet. When they go 1.0, that might be a great time to make a point of trying it. Core 1 Mini. I've read the blog on that. This is I mean, this is doing it all, but this is a bit of a process. But any of these suggestions, I'm not gonna remember most of them. So post in the comments or in my Discord, and we'll make sure to get them on my, let's see, where is my, let's go here. I think I put it out here. Projects, can I pin this? Here we go, projects. So we've got this. So this is the little spreadsheet that I started. It's talking about things that I need to look up, that I have parts for. So we're working on the Vertigo Mark 1. Let's say we're working on that one. That one's not, don't have anything yet. This one's done. This one's done. We got a Trident R2, which is Trivent. We got a Antithesis Aether that we're going to be building. Rat Rig we're going to be building. We're working on the Impreza and the member streams. I've got a Droid I need to work on. These are things that I need to look up and research what we need to do. These are all modification stuff I either have or need to do. So if you're a member, there's a link in the member channel on Discord to this document. Here, copy. So you can make comments with this link. You saw Pantheon there, John. You were out there. They had the motorcycles. Didn't you see? Weren't you out there standing with us? Talking to them? They had the motorcycles that they were running in the little track. 2.4 R3. Anyway, let's see. Oh, this is done. Okay, it's rebooting. Get back in there. Need to add Moongate to it. I do need to look that up. I need to look that up. Don't take my lack of looking that up as necessarily disinterest. It's just time and bandwidth. Okay, here we are. Okay. We're gonna go into, so here we go. So we're moving back in. Oh, we need to put this in DFU mode. No, Paul, you're not bugging me. Don't worry. Just yourself don't get annoyed if I don't do it soon. It's just a matter of finding the bandwidth up here. Okay, so we need to boot and reset. Hold the boot button while still holding press and release the reset button. So boot and reset. Actually, I want to show this. So if we go LS USB, so we've got this as the results. And then boot and reset. So I'm gonna hold down boot. I'm gonna roll my finger to the reset button and let go. Little one finger operation. They're close enough that I was able to hold down boot and roll my finger over and hit reset. Let's see if that worked. Oops. There we go. Now we've got an STM device in DFU mode. SSH back into the system from the terminal. Did that in DFU mode, compile in Flash. So we're gonna do catapult. Oh, so they've already copied a config file here. So we're just gonna do this, I think. Let's go back to home and do that. Was it reminiscing about Orchard Supply Hardware? That's right. So Pantheon has their new version of their printer. Here, I showed pictures in Discord. This is probably easier. Pantheon's. So this is, they've got 2 lead screws here and ball screws and 1 on the other side. So it's a 3-point leveling. But these rods here, there's 3 sets of 30 millimeter rods, because the way their printer works is this is a plate. It's got one big, like 3/4 inch thick, 19 millimeter thick plate. It's probably 20 millimeters or whatever. And everything floats from that. So these rods need to be super stiff. So for that printer, those rods are 30 millimeters in diameter. For their 1 meter Z version, in order to get the same resonance properties as their smaller printer, those rods need to be 80 millimeters in diameter. 80 millimeters. So 3 pairs of 80 millimeter rods to get the same resonance performance, so they can send the exact same G code to the 2 printers to get the exact same print quality. Okay, so that did it. Sweet. So now what? If the result shows error during download or something above, file down, then the flash was okay. If there was a different error, I think we are fine. File downloaded successfully. They're in San Francisco, John. I don't know the exact area, but they're already there. They talked about doing an open house in a month or two. Double click the reset button to enter catapult mode. So we should be able to do an ls/dev/serial/by there. Oh, it's already in catapult mode. Okay, so it's already in catapult mode. If it wasn't, we could double tap the reset button. Actually, why don't I just hit reset and show that this changes to, it should change. Maybe because Clipper's not on it, it won't change. If Clipper's not on it, it probably stays in catapult mode. But anyway, this is what I just did. Serial by ID, and then we see the catapult name, which is what's important. It probably doesn't change because there isn't a Clipper firmware loaded on it yet. Or Calico. Yep. So compile and flash Calico. So once again, they have a preset menu config for this. So we're just going to copy this, and we are going to hold on. This, oh, interesting. Does that work right there? Will this just work? I just copied that twice. I just accidentally right clicked twice. So just get rid of this. Okay. That's cool. So now it should flash Calico. See ya, Philip. I'm probably too late, but see ya. Rad. Now we should do... Why doesn't it? We're not seeing anything. What's it say? Check to see if it's on the CAN network. So let's copy this. Oh, because it's CAN. Huh? Oh, okay. There it is. Bash inline command insertion. You should see output as below. If not, check. Okay, so we saw that. Run this command to add the main board to a note in the home directory. We'll come back to this. Okay. There we go. So we have a UUID text file in the home, in the config directory, it looks like, right? Flash catapult to the SHT36 V3 toolhead board. Should have already been configured. Yep. Unplug the XT30 cable. I've already done that. Connect the USB-A side of a USB cable to the M8P. We tried and had issues with the USB-C to USB-C cable. So while holding down boot, we plug in the USB-C cable. Let me find the cable. That shouldn't be too hard. Oh, let me find a cable. This has been pretty fantastic so far, though, for the setup process. I like it. I just need to find a USB-C cable. Probably in my USB box. USB box. Just need something long enough. How long do I need? Let's see, can we move? Oh, Vertigo. Nope. I can't get a good view of that. Okay. So, this will be long enough. Plug into the Pi and plug into oh yeah, magnetic cover on this is nice. Hold down the boot button and plug in. Okay, and then let go. So we should be a device in DFU mode. If I bring this up and do LSUSB, we do, oh, yep, Raspberry Pi RP2 boot. That's in boot mode. Hey, TechMot. I don't think the cable in the box might, I don't think it's long enough. I don't think it's long enough. Okay, so that's in boot mode. This will probably tell us there's the LS USB that I just ran, and here's the RP2 boot, and compile and flash catapult for it. So let's copy that and paste that. And we're confirming Flash ID matches what we got in the LS USB results, so it should work. I like this. This has been really, so far, has been really intuitive. Just follow the directions going down. So now we're going to shut down. And then unplug that and plug in the XT30. Power off. I'm gonna unplug so I can roll this around. Plug the USB. I'm gonna come over here. Can we see? There we go. So this thing needs to plug in. There we go. And then this should. There we go. So that has a little dovetail fit that pushes that in, and then our cool little magnetic back cover can go back on. There we go. And before I get too far, I've got definite interference issues here, so let's fix this. I know there's probably some adjustments later, but I don't want this to be a potential crash point later. So I just want to make sure that that can go through there. And then similarly, let's line this up on this side for the rod here to go to meet up with the filament cutter feature over here. There we go. Just so we don't have any major crashes, just to start off. There we go. Now that lines up. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Okay. don't know that there's anything we need to see from the back. So I'm gonna plug it in over here this time. There we go. Now we'll see the lights. Little blown out lights, but it's on. Okay. So now we've plugged it back in, turned the power switch on, flash calico to the SHT. Okay. So let's go back in. Back in, then check to see if it's on the CAN network. So let's copy that. Go. Cool. We have a clipper device, which is the main board, and we have a catapult device, which is the toolhead board. And then add the toolhead MCU CAN UUID to, oh, so this is adding it to a note so we can grab it later. Now I don't know that we need to do this with mainsail or fluid, because you can get that from within the interface, but that's fine. So that's done. And now we're going to compile in Flash Calico by copying this command. Should go through and do this. Making it more friendly. Yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. Okay, so now these commands should take the UUIDs from the note we made earlier and place them in the proper location in printer config. That's cool. That's really cool. What is this doing? What is SED? So it's taken that from there and putting it in. Wow. I don't get it. See ya, Holtz. So apparently that just put those into the right spots in printer config. That's awesome. We will verify though when we look at the configuration. One more reboot and we should be good to go. Fully automated without needing to run command after command, with pauses for pressing reset on the board, etc. This is pretty fantastic though. This is probably the smoothest, assuming all this works in the end, this is probably the smoothest setup process I've ever gone through. Especially for a system this level of complexity. Head to Vertigo, so mine's different, but that's okay. I was playing with Orbitool stuff, so that's what this window's for. Vertigo.local. Here we are, and it's working. Holy moly, check it out. It's all set. We have stuff. Look at this. This is fantastic. Got our camera working. We've got all of our stuff. The MCU and the tool head. Just press print now, that's all. Hey, Fegley. Fancy layout, I know. Webcam. They did do a good job. If you get a message saying Moonraker is unable to connect, try rebooting. Nope, everything just works. Continue to checks and calibrations. We have all our printers. I know. Okay, at this point, you should have completed the assembly guide up to but not including the enclosure section. The wiring guide, having linked back and forth from the Z end stops, respectively. The firmware setup. Before you get printing, there are a few things left to check and calibrate. We do have some assembly stuff we still need to do, but let's go through and do some of these checks. During the setup, you'll move axes manually with your hands while the motors are disabled. Manually moved connected steppers too quickly. So yada yada. PSU, this fan is internal to the, it should be on when internal temperature is high. It's not specified in the config. Really test that config. Electronics backpack fans. The important note here, these fans should be on when the power is on. The stock fans are not controllable. Therefore, they are not specified in the config. So these fans should be, oh, yeah, they're on. They're on. And they are blowing air across the things that they're supposed to be blowing the air across. If you switch them out, you could control them manually. So it's just that these particular fans that were chosen can't be PWM'd. They're not loud. Of the fans that are on, I can hear a whine, but it's not horrible. Ooh. Not, yeah. I mean, I don't want to just, I don't think we can just send it. There's some calibrations we need to do, and especially those force sensors, and yeah. Camera fan. Oh, we didn't put this little shroud on. I don't know if I can get a view. We've got all kinds of lights. Put this thing on, but I don't know exactly how it's supposed to go on. Where is this supposed to go? I actually have no idea how this is supposed to go. We'll have to go back and look at that. I'm talking about this piece here. Let's go back and look at that. This'll be even better once we actually put this thing on. There we are. Hey, Balin. Okay, where are we at? Camera fan should always be on. It runs the same as the logo LED. We don't actually have it installed. That's what this little cover thing is for, but I'm not exactly sure how it goes on. Part cooling fan, the 3 part cooling fans and the cowl operate together on the same circuit. So we should be able to go in here and turn fan on. Yep, and they all turn on. Yep. There probably could be a mask for the LEDs there. You're right. Probably could be. If the cam fan isn't installed, I'd just temp unplug the logo LED. Is it too hot otherwise? Does it get too hot? There we go. Logo LED unplugged. Okay. Part cooling fan. That's fine. Hot end fan should turn on. We haven't gotten there yet. It gets toasty. Well, let's put this thing on. So this thing and a fan, probably this fan here. The question I have, I don't see how this thing works. Where is the, let's go to the assembly guide, open a new tab. We want camera, cable routing. So fan goes in there. Let me just make sure this polarity is correct. Yes, it is. It is correct. Well, all of these cameras get hot. Now there is a separation here because there's the panel on top, but apparently the LEDs are right next to the camera. They're kind of back to back. Okay, let's view this. Figure out when in here. It's probably right around here. So the camera hood goes on. Oh, are there spots on the top there? Oh, there's no spots on there. Did I install that upside down? So if I look at this and let's make this bigger, those spots there don't exist in my printed part. Did I install it no, I couldn't have installed it upside down. See, there's no spots there. Did I miss a printed part? That's what I'm checking too. Let's bring this up and GitHub, Vertigo, hardware, STL, top module, camera. Let's just grab all of these. No. Nope, that one has it. Did that file get updated? The file that I have now has the spots. But did that get updated at some point and I missed it? This has spots that I need, so I'll have to reprint that. I will have to reprint that. That's fine. To reprint that and reinstall that bit. But it does have the holes on the files I have, but the one I printed doesn't have them. I have had cases where, let's try something. Let me just grab the Core 1L so we're not dealing with all of this. Let's delete all these other parts and let's slice it. Yeah, they're still there when you slice it. I've had cases where an error in the file kills features like that, but If it got updated a long while ago, I wonder how I missed it, because I've been printing off of my update. What's the... Yeah, those are all May 2nd. I printed out of this spot. Yet I ended up with a part that's not... Am I upside down? No, I can't be. There's no way. I'm puzzled. No. Yeah, it's just that part. That's this part here. And there's no way that it's backwards. I just have a part without those holes somehow. That's okay. I'll do it off camera. I'll have it ready for next one. I can show it again, sure. But it's right here. Right along here is where those two holes should be. There's no other way that it's not like I have it backwards or anything. So it's okay. I'll print that and put it on for next stream. Okay. For now, Trill. it's slots. It's a quick print for next stream. Yep. So bed fans under bed. Let's see if those work. They do not. Oh, I didn't click. They do. Okay. Those all turned on. There we go. Now, close that window. Bed fans are done. Lights. The LED at the top of the front of the printer is connected directly to the 24-volt supply. Nozzle and cowl cap logo LED. That's on. We can see it's on. These are called the house lights in front of the config via the miscellaneous panel. Oh, there was more room to add pins to the cowl pogo pin connector. It would be difficult to change them to RGB. We don't need them to be RGB. These are the same circuit and get power from the 5-volt RGB output on the toolhead board. However, they are wired to plus 5 volts and ground, so they are not controllable. Does that mean... Oh, yep, we have white light. That's all I care about. There's no more room to add pins to the cowl pogo pin connector. So they're just white. That's fine. And then the house lights, should be able to go in here and... Oh, it's the PWM frequency is... I'll just leave those at 100%. Okay. So end stop. So trigger check. First, make sure all motors are disabled. With your hands, move the gantry bar to the center of the Y-axis and the tool head to the center of the X-axis. With the bed lever engaged, lift all 4 Z joints several centimeters. So we're just making sure that everything is open right now. So none of them should be triggered. So we can go to machine and check, and everything is open. I like the yellow. I really like the yellow. So now we should be able to like move X. Is it X? Oh, this side. Move X over and refresh, and X is triggered, and we can move it to the back for Y and refresh, and Y is triggered, and then we can move it all the way down. Oops. There we go. We should have those two. Z1 and Z3 are triggered. Those are the, that's weird. Let's try that. Ah, it's not triggering. So I need to adjust the screw here. There it is. That should have been triggered. I heard it. So Z1 and 2 should be triggered. Z and Z1. So documentation. So I suggest, so we're 0 referenced here in the interface, but you're starting at 1 and all your wiring stuff. It's just so much easier to just keep it all consistent. One of these is not triggering on the back. Ah, it's that one. It's very noticeably that one. Okay. Gotta adjust this screw, which is really hard to, maybe hard to get to. Where are you? Oh, how do you get to that? How do you get to that from? There we go. Well, that's a little annoying. I can't get to this adjustment screw with the bed level, which means I can't adjust it while things are, I can't adjust it from here like this. So I can't move that with it right here, which means I need to move this by hand up and down quite a bit. Here, let's see what angle I can get to it. I can get to it. I guess it's not a huge angle. I don't have to move it that far. I can get to it right here, but I can't fine tune it very easily. There we go. Both of those should be triggered now. Daniel, welcome. Pull the scraper bar forward. Oh, okay. And then hold it forward. Okay. Yes, I can. That I guess is better. Okay, I get it. See you, Bill. Okay, so those are all done. So now, oop, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go back to here. So trigger checks. So all triggers are working. Hey, Dirk. All pins, all triggers are working. States should all be open in the end stops panel. Yeah, we did that. And then we're triggering all of these. And here we are, end stop location. So this is awfully late. There should be some reference to this end stop location earlier in the assembly manual, I think. And I really do suggest reordering. Just a suggestion. Just a suggestion. XY end stop calibration. So this is just checking. So this is just trigger checks. Now we want calibration. The X and Y end stops for the gantry have no adjustment mechanism, so you must check both trigger as expected. They do. Z end stop calibration. This is where we want. Each Z joint has its own M5 button head cap screw adjustment. Yep. Make sure the bed is roughly horizontal and the bed wheels are resting on the ramp platform. Unscrew the adjustment screws so they don't trigger the switches when the Z joints are at the bottom of travel, leaving about 1 to 5 millimeters showing on the bottom. Doesn't mention the end stops, but we did at least match the stepper and end stop order. That's good. But then you look in here and you can't change this. So you have to then mentally coincide this order with the physical order. It just gets confusing. Push down the rear Z joints so they are touching the bottom of the frame. The front of the bed should tilt up. Okay. Unscrew the adjustment screws so they don't trigger. Unscrew the adjustment screws. Well, that's good because that one was triggering way too early. So we want to, I think the idea here is, let's go here, here. So before, the way it was, this was actually up a couple of millimeters when this was triggering. So I pushed this all the way to the frame, and then I unscrewed this until I heard the switch disengage for now. And same thing over here, switch is disengaged. Now on the back, should be able to pull this forward. The rear should be on the frame. I probably want to loosen. Where are you? Where are you? There it is. There it is. That had to loosen quite a bit, but it's sitting on the frame, loosened until it's just disengaged. Same thing over here. There it is. So now these joints on the back are resting on the frame, on the front resting on the frame, and nothing is triggered. I should be able to check that here. And stop Y is triggered because the gantry's at the back, but all the Z's aren't triggered. Okay, so now carefully push down the front Z bar so the bed lever disengages, touching the bottom of the frame. Push down the rear Z joints so they are touching the bottom of the frame. The front of the bed should tilt up slightly. It is. Turn each adjustment screw until its corresponding end stop is triggered in the end stops panel. You can use the LED on the PCB as a guide. Give each screw an additional full turn, which equates to 0.8 millimeters of depth, because you've got a 0.8 millimeter pitch on an M5 screw. Assuming the worst case limit switch tolerance of plus or minus 0.1, this should give a gap of that between each Z joint and the frame when the end stops are triggered. These end stops are not used for leveling the bed. They are just used to prepare the bed to be leveled by the probe and be scraped after a print. So with this fully, I don't really need to see the, we want to make sure this is all the way down in the back. I don't really need to see the LED because I can hear when it triggers. But if I thread this in until it just triggers and then an additional 1 turn. There it is. So that triggered, and then an additional 1 turn right there. So same thing over here. There it is. And then an additional 1 turn. And then I'm just holding this down to make sure this doesn't bounce, lift at all. It hasn't been, but just in case. There it is. There. And then an additional turn. Same thing here. There it is. There. And then 1 turn. There we go. Now, if I look in the thing, all these should be triggered right now. Triggered. Are you triggered? Hey, old man. How well does the scraper work for prints canceled during the first layer? I would be surprised if it works super well for first layer fails. I'm not sure if I would expect it to work well for that. Okay, so Z and stop are calibrated. So now safety switch. Most printers have the ability to plow the nozzle through the build plate and cause damage if things aren't calibrated for functioning properly. Unfortunately, single layer prints can get stuck in the razor holders. I think a piece of tape from the razor mount to the plastic razors can fix that. Things aren't calibrated because of the negative Z travel required for scraping the bed on the Vertigo. We have a few additional safety mechanisms. It's more reliable starting at 0.6 millimeters. That makes sense. The safety switch prevents crashes at the top of the front Z axis, particularly in the event that the nozzle probe does not trigger or the front steppers are not disabled when scraping the bed. The switch will put clipper into an emergency shutdown state from which a firmware restart is required. Hold the bed lever down and manually move the front Z bar joint up until the tooling ball is above the bed contact plate. Hold the bed lever down. Carefully let the bed lever close without snapping shut. Move the front Z bar up until the tooling ball is above the bed contact plate. So is this saying, hold this, move it up, let this come closed, right? Let the bed lever close without snapping shut. You don't want to break any of those magnets. Set the safety switch adjustment screw on the front Z bar joint so it protrudes 0 to 1 millimeters. So it protrudes 0 to 1 millimeters. That is this guy. It is less than 1 millimeter. That's this guy here. I'm gonna just make it flush. It is flush now. You can see that there. Okay. And then slowly raise the front Z bar up until the carriages, particularly on side B, are 1 to 2 millimeters below the bottom of the horizontal gantry frame extrusions. So we're going to move this up. We hit this first at about 6 or 7 millimeters. Is that normal to hit this first? Is that normal? Because it says it's 1 to 2 millimeters below the bottom of the gantry frame extrusions. It's touching the nozzle wiper. Yeah, should this be in a different spot? That's what I'm saying. It's hitting the nozzle wiper first. Do I move this? Does this end up... Did I assemble this correctly, for one thing? Is there a nozzle wiper adjustment? Move the nozzle wiper up for now, then you can move the nozzle wiper down to hit the front bar when the safety switch is engaged if you want. Move the nozzle wiper up for now, then you can move the nozzle wiper down to hit the front bar. But if I move this up, the tool head runs into it. I mean, this is about as high up as it can go without running in and still be able to touch the nozzle tip. The nozzle tip's right here. I don't get how this, if I move this now and adjust this switch, I'll be hitting this before this switch ever gets triggered in the future. Is there a spot in here for, I'm looking for the, oh, nozzle cleaner position. Nozzle cleaner position. This is way down in the instructions. Hi, Donut Boy. Jogging until the nozzle is centered. The front bar is also angled. The front bar is also angled? Huh? Front bar is also angled. Just move the nozzle wiper up out of the way for now. Did I install this correctly to begin with? Okay. Let's move the tool head out of the way. Let's move this out of the way. There. Way out of the way. There. Now it's not going to hit anything. So now we move this up until we're about 2 millimeters gap here. 1 to 2 millimeters gap. Right? One to 2 millimeters gap. Friction, thanks for being a member. And then we're going to adjust this screw here until we okay, that was already triggering it. There it is. That's a trigger. Okay. So I think we go here. Is that end stop force sensor is triggered? Is that part of the force sensor? Yeah, but I don't think we should be crashing into the nozzle scraper. Shadow Steve. Is it in the same circuit as the force triggers? Is that what I'm seeing? Should it be? Yeah, let's go all the way back up here where we were. All the way back up here. That's those end stops. That's those. Z end stop safety switch. No. Okay, so I have something wired wrong then. I'm not surprised. So it's probably something in these SIG and I thought I checked that. I thought I checked continuity on that one. Wiring. Open in new tab. Should cause an... Actually, here. So theoretically, if I have this wired wrong, we should get a emergency off with one of these. Yep, that one. Force sensor and safety switch are swapped. But I thought I toned that out. So force sensor is that. That caused it to do the thing. Oh man, thanks for the gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you. Let's firmware restart. So going back to the wiring. Let's see, where were we? So force sensors there. Is that FS and FS? Are both of those FS? Yes, both of them are FS, but this one must be... Are they backwards on here? So these are the two. So did these get connected correctly? They're just labeled SIG and SIG. What was that? Oh. So should 28 be 28? Is 28 the safety switch? Is Z28 the safety switch? Because they're both labeled FS. So I don't know which one should be which. I just unplugged 28 and it did it force stopped it. Let's go down here when we plug in the other side. So 28 is the force sensors. So it's backwards. So it's actually backwards at this level, I think. I think this is backwards for the config. Because I just unplugged 28 and it shut down clipper. So I just unplugged 28, it shut down clipper, but down here it says plug the force sensors into 28. So I think that's backwards in the instructions. I think that's backwards in the instructions. So I'm just gonna flip these two on the board and that should fix it. But I think the instructions are backwards. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. Config needs an update then. Should the config be updated or should the wiring be updated? It doesn't matter. I just swapped the wires and that should fix it. So if I do this, and so we're back. Now if I hit this, yep, that just did a shutdown on the safety switch. So I just manually triggered the safety switch and it did a shutdown. Okay. Z28 is force sensor config needs an update. You're absolutely right, Balin. It is easier. It is easier to update the config. I want to update my config because I want my build. I don't want to get confused later. So, that is plugged into here. Let's go PTT Manta M8P. And let's go, I'm assuming newer hardware pinout. So that is, oh, it's backwards. That is right here, which is, no, where are those plugged in? Oh, those are plugged into thermistor ports? Ah. So it's TH3 and TH2. So TH2 is PC4. So let's go here and let's search for PC4. And here's our safety button. So PC4 should actually be PA7, right? A7, and then PA7 down here should be PC4. Is that correct? PC4 and PA7. PC4 and PA7. That just swapped those two. Is that the only place I need to swap them? Is right there? No, this is correct. I just need to swap my wires back now. Yep. So let's save and restart. We're going to end up crashing it by unplugging these again. But I'd rather make sure that my build ends up as close to the docks as possible than just swap the wires and get confused later troubleshooting something. Since it's a normally closed switch, we end up triggering the thing by just unplugging it, but that's okay. I'm gonna trigger it again just to make sure I did it right. So, yep, okay, so it's correct. Okay. Safety switch is done now. Disengage the bed lever and slowly lower the front Z joint. Actually, I need to make sure that at some point this, yep, Okay, it triggers it. So it triggered it. So below the bed contact plate and carefully let the bed lever close. Bed lever should be resting with the tool ball below the contact plate. So we want to make sure we don't forget to do this. So we just slowly move this down. And we open this up, move it below. There we go. Now it's below this contact plate. Oh, this is where in the config it was. Safety button, PC4. Is that backwards? I don't know. We did it. Stepper movement. Stepper buzz. Z stepper test. With your hands, raise the front Z joint bar so that the bed lever is just above the bed's. Oh, so we're moving it back up again. The tooling ball. What? With your hands, raise the front Z joint bar so that the bed lever is just above the bed lever striker. It should stay there without drooping. In the config, or the tooling ball must still be below the bed contact plate. Oh, okay. So just to where it's not sitting. It doesn't matter. It moves 1 millimeter. It's fine. Stepper buzz. Go here. Go to the console. And we should see one of these move. First move should be in the positive direction, which means it should go down first. Yep. It went down first. So now Z1 should be the front right, moving down first. Yep. And then I'm going to pull the rear up just a little bit. We're going to go Z2. Should be the back. Should be back there. Down first. Yep. And Z3. Should be the back right. Moving down first. Awesome. It has moved. Are you happy? Are you happy, Neil? We made it move. Are you still here? Okay, so now all of those are buzzed. Move the gantry bar to the center of the y-axis. Hey, we're already there. Is it level yet? It is not. You know what I want. You want the bed to scrape. That's what you want. Stepper buzz, stepper X. Stepper X. It's buzzed. And stepper Y. It's buzzed. Okay. The lower belt first move towards the front of the printer for X. And then first move towards the rear of the printer. Let's try these again. This one should see first move towards the front of the printer. No, first move was to the rear. Is that correct? Are the instructions correct, or are the... Because first move was to the rear of the printer for stepper X. So first, says here, first move should be towards the front of the printer. Is that correct, or should it be the other way? And then let's try stepper Y. So first move should be towards the rear of the printer. Oops. Yeah. Stepper Y. First move should be towards the rear. And first move was to the front. So it's opposite. What would you guys expect this to be? It's opposite of what the instructions say. So are the instructions incorrect, or is the config incorrect? Now we can tell when we go to home, because we can just go ahead and home this. I should be able to home X right now, and I can just reach over here and trigger it manually. So let's find out. Let's just home X. Okay. Wow. I said home X, and it homed all. I said home X, and it homed X and Y. So that's not great. But it did home. Is that what we should expect? That's purposeful. Okay. For testing, I would have hoped that we could home them individually. But apparently, is that what if that's intended, then the instructions are wrong. If that's intended, then these instructions need to be reversed, because we saw the opposite behavior here. So this X first move should be towards the rear of the printer, and home Y first move should be towards the front of the printer. So a note, either correct me or just take note if what I'm seeing is correct on the printer. Okay, extruder stepper test. This test is just to make sure the stepper on the orbiter V2 extruder is moving in the correct direction. We will calibrate filament extrusion later. Remove the cowl. Let's disable steppers first. Disable steppers. I like the interface. The interface is cool. It's different. Oh. I like that we can just remove the cowl. Where'd my pen go? Where'd my marker go? There it is. We're just gonna put a mark there. Can you guys see it? You can see it in the screen there, so let's see the little mark I just put. It's even better now. So then we're gonna stepper buzz extruder. Now, first move should be clockwise. First move should be clockwise. Yep. Perfect. First move is clockwise. Sweet. Oh, piece of non-transparent tape on the visible end of the extruder. I like doing the little mark. I just leave it there because it's nice to be able to see when things are happening later. You can't see it on this one, but on the stealth changer, it's been really handy. Oscar. Resist the urge to stick it on your cat. On your cat's feet. On the bottom of the feet. Don't do that. Don't ever put tape on the bottom of your cat's feet. Okay, the mechanics of the Vertigo MK1 requires a specific homing order, Z, Y, and X, as well as some config parameters to prepare the bed for print-related actions, like bed leveling and mesh probing. Z-axis homing. Yeah. 3D printed save icons. To prepare for the first Z homing, each Z joint must be lifted off its end stop so the end stop is open in the end stop panel and main cell. Lift Z joint A off its end stop and run set stepper enable. It's okay if the bed lever is at an angle as the tooling ball is below the bed contact plate. Repeat for all other Z joints. Why? Is this just so it doesn't sag down into the stops? Is this just so it doesn't sag down into the stops? Okay. Well, we'll do it because we're running a macro and I don't want to. So everything is off its end stop. Everything is up, so we should be able to just cycle through and, oops. 1, 2, and 3. So now they should all be, okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, stepper Z. That should actually pay more attention. Stepper Z. Okay. So that is locked. Okay. So stepper Z1, stepper Z2, and stepper Z3. Okay. So everything should be locked now. Yep. Everything's locked. Hey, Ahmed. And then it said to run debug home Z. What should we see? Debug home Z is used because we will see and calibrate later a standard G28Z command will home to the end stops, then raise the front and rear joints so that the bed lever engages and couples to the bed contact plate. Verify that the Z joints are all at the bottom of their travel and that the end stops are triggered. So if we go here and go debug home Z. Okay, so now we should be able to go in here and everything, those 4 are triggered. Okay. For the Vertigo, Y is always home before X because the filament cutter dowel extends a bit into the X travel. That makes sense. Positioning the gantry bar and tool head such that the end stops are open, the end stops panel and main sail. Be prepared to turn the power off. Click the home Y button in the... So now, go to dashboard and home Y. Okay, that worked. And then click the home X button. Oops, home X. Cool, it's moving. Ready bed position. For any operations other than clearing the bed, it is necessary to first lift the front Z joint bar so that the bed lever is engaged. The design allows the bed lever to engage with the tooling ball just below the bed contact plate to avoid a loud snap and potential denting. Okay. We examine it during this calibration. Ideally, the default values here are good, but it's good to check and understand what's going on. If following the guide in order, the Z joints should all be at the bottom of travel. If not, click Debug Home Z. Double check that all Z joints are down on the end stops. So this isn't quite correct, I don't think, because following the guide in order, after we did the Debug Home Z, we did a Home Y, which moved the Z back up into the ready position, whatever. So it's not going to be correct if you follow it in order. So just a note. So since it's not, let's hit our Debug Home Z, and it should move these all down to the bottom like that. So because we hit the Home Y, move the Z up into whatever position first before it homed Y. Okay. In the console run, force move Z front distance 1 to raise the front Z bar up by 1 millimeter. You will see a readout that displays the total distance moved. Keep moving until the bed lever engages, and you can see a small gap between the bed lever and its striker. Okay. Let's copy this. Oops. This is what I'm doing. In the console, run this to raise the front. Keep moving the front Z joint bar up until the bed lever engages. Until the bed lever engages. What is this? Oh, well, that's not okay. That's not okay. I had a dowel coming out of here. I probably need to fix that before I go too far. I had one of the dowels falling out of here. A little bit of super glue on the end or what? Okay, well, we'll do this. So we're going to move that up 1. And we're going to move this up, and it's going to tell us is now force. It's now 1 millimeter from nominal since last Z28Z. Z is now unhomed. Okay, that's fine. Let's move it up another. So I guess we just keep moving this up. That's 6 millimeters. And what am I looking for? What am I looking for here? You'll keep moving the front Z bar joint bar up until the bed lever engages. What does it mean bed lever engages? And you can see a small gap between the bed lever and its striker. Oh, is this the striker? So until this is fully there, and then there's a small gap here. There, that engaged. I could hear the magnet hit. but there's no gap yet. Hey, Garrett. Okay, that's a little more engaged. No gap. And there's the small gap. Okay. So that's at 25 millimeters. So what does that say? Use the value in the readout. Front pair for the parameter, front engaged distance in printer config. So we're looking for front engaged distance in printer config. And that value here is 25 millimeters. Printer config. Front engaged distance is 25. That's what it should be. Okay. So we've confirmed that that is what I would expect it to be. Cool. In the console, run force move Z rear distance to move the rear Z joints up until the tooling ball is touching the contact plate. Okay. Did you catch, Feta, that the order, this statement here appears to be wrong? Because I've followed the guide, and when we homed Y in the previous step, it moved Z. So you kind of have to run debug home Z here. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing with the rear until that ball touches, and we're probably looking for 13 is probably the value we're gonna end up with. So let's go back here. We're going to move the rear up. That's 1, 2, 3. Guessing I'll be able to hear it. 4, 5, 6, 7. It's very hard to see. It's almost impossible to see. I'm hoping I can hear it. Okay, so it was already there at 7. Because I think, so I didn't see this move down when I went from 7 to 8. If we do, will this work? If we go -1? And let's go one more down. That should move up. Yep. Okay. So I just went back 2. So now I'm at 6. So at 7, which is here, is the last time it moves down. If I go one more, it doesn't move down anymore. So I think the value here is 7. The bed must be tilted slightly forward because Z tilt adjust probes the front of the bed first, then the rear of the bed. Okay. If it is tilted the other way, it is possible that the safety switch will trigger during the leveling process. So the rear, I'm seeing a value of 7. The printer config here, oops. Rear couple distance in printer config is 13. But given the need for this to be, let's see, is it? It's pretty darn flat. maybe biased to leaning a little forward. So I think we're okay. 7 or 8 would probably be fine. Keep 13. Why do we go through this? Why do we go through this if we're just going to keep the value? Here, let's take it to 13. Let's take it to 13 and see what it looks like. We're at 8 now. Let's go 5 more millimeters. That's a significant lean forward. What is the Z-hop on probing? Because I don't want to be scraping the nozzle in the rear. I want to scrape in the rear. Okay, I'll leave it at 13. I question the whole going through that process if we're going to just leave it at the values. I think the front one was more important then to check. Okay. Save printer config and firmware restart. I didn't make any changes then. I didn't make any changes to the values that are there. When the interface is available in, click the normal Home Z button. The toolhead panel, after homing to the end stops, the front and rear axes should move independently to couple the bed to the front Z joints. Home Z. I'm gonna hit Home Z. And you saw I lost that pin. This pin is too loose of a fit in there. Is a little drop of super glue appropriate for that? I just pushed it back in. That's just a strengthening piece, right? It's plastic rebar. It's just to make sure that that part doesn't bend or doesn't bend over time. I don't think it does anything immediately functional. So I'll throw a drop of super glue on the end. It's just rebar, yeah. Okay, we're making progress. We need to QGL to make Neil happy before we end today. Okay, homing sequence. If you've gotten this far, awesome. We're getting closer to our first print. Should now not need to be so concerned about the power switch or emergency stop button. Aren't screws better for that than dowels? They at least don't. Well, yeah, this is the design. Neil is still here. I may remove this calibration step. It shouldn't really be necessary, but I did want people to understand these values are and have a gist of why they are these values. I'm only concerned that the amount of tilt might get in the way, but if you're saying it won't, then that's fine. And I understand the importance of calibrating the front one just to make sure that that striker doesn't, you're not moving too far and causing extra stress there. The offsets seem to be consistent. That's good. If you've gotten this far, click the disable motors button in the toolhead panel in mainsail. Oh, I guess I'm disable motors. Repeat step 1 of the Z-axis homing section above to position all Z joints above their end stops. Repeat. Now click the Home All or the Home X button. Move all axes in the proper sequence. Feel free to try both. Once the axes are homed, they know where they are and will then rehome independently. Okay, so basically, we're gonna just move these up off of there, make sure they're not end stops, and then we should be able to home all. I'm gonna hit Home All. Okay, at home doll. Sweet. See you, Neil. Okay. Axes movement. Now that the printer is home, we will do a quick manual jog to confirm the toolhead moves nominally in X and Y, and the bed moves nominally in Z, all from the toolhead panel in the main cell dashboard. Movement consists of concentric rings. Yeah. Toolhead XY jog test. The toolhead moves in X and Y. After homing, confirm all X's are homed. At the bottom of the toolhead, speed factor to 50%. In the toolhead panel, click the -10. Should move towards left side. Send it back towards B. Repeat for Y. Oops, here. I'm just gonna go 10. Oops. Okay, so clicking here. 10 millimeters that way. We can go 100 millimeters that way. Okay, and then Y. That's 1 millimeter. 10. 100. Okay, that's moving correctly. Did the bed go what when homed? It didn't look like a good home, Steve. It did to me. Yeah, I think everything's fine. Now for Z, we've got a big red warning. Before jogging Z, the bed lever must be engaged and the bed coupled to the contact plate. It is. Yeah, everything's fine. A standard home Z leaves the printer in exactly this state, so as long as you home normally. If the bed isn't already coupled, click, okay, so this is just, whenever manually jogging Z access, it's imperative to ensure the bed lever is engaged. Home all. What? I didn't see anything wrong. Did you see something wrong? Yeah, I moved it up unevenly. That's for sure. Yeah. So now we should be able to go Z. So here's our Z movements. So we want to go minus Z in 10. Oh, nope. That goes down. Okay. So I would have expected this to go minus Z. Here. I would have expected this to go minus Z, which would bring it up towards the tool head. But instead, it's more like intuitive, moving it up versus down. Unless the axis is reversed. Unless something is reversed on those. Because this should be going plus, this should be going plus Z, which should move the bed down. Am I right or am I wrong? I guess we can tell. Here, Z170, this should go to Z160. Okay, we're okay then. There's probably an interface thing. There's probably a thing in main cell that we can change that. So this is move the, as you look at it, move the bed up, which is moving Z down. Okay. It's in the docs. Oh, if I would have read the next thing. Is it? Whatever. Invert Z-axis movement direction if you want to switch the buttons around. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not concerned about that then. It is moving around. I did jog below where the bed lever touches because I didn't understand that. but it's fine. Nozzle cleaner position. Here we go. Nozzle cleaner position. It's important to keep a clean nozzle for bed leveling, clean first layers. Use the tool head panel to jog X and Y until the nozzle is centered on the silicone nozzle plug. A repurposed Revo nozzle sock. Adjust the vertical position of the nozzle cleaner so that the nozzle presses into the plug. So we want to jog the tool head over right about there. And we're gonna loosen this guy. Bring this down. Now we're gonna move this about another 10. Another, not quite 10, but we'll move 10 anyway. Oh, nope, not 10 because that's too far out of range. So let's go 1 millimeter. And then this way. Just jogging this thing over. That's really close, but maybe a millimeter the other way. Hey, Brent. Hey, John. You have the world record slowest build. That's really maybe another millimeter in Y, if it'll move that far. Yep. Okay, now we're gonna loosen this up, move this up until it's pressing into, get my glasses. The default position is in the docks. You could go there and adjust. Oh, I should have. That's okay. I'm already there. So to where that's just pressing into the nozzle. Can I go another millimeter in Y? Yep. That is right on. And probably a millimeter over in X. Nope, not a millimeter over. The other way. I would call that pretty good. So we're going to tighten that down. Make sure this is even. Okay, so that's right there. Now, so where this is saying X is 18 and Y is minus 29. Let's see where we're at. X is 17 and Y is minus 32. That's okay. It just needs to be where it is. So into X and tool head into variable plug position X and Y. So let's go here. So mine is 17 and minus 32. That's config variables .config, not printer config. Config variables. 17 and minus 32. Okay. So let's save. Save macro. So I'm still concerned with, okay, let's check something. Let's alleviate my concerns. Let's go save that and let's disable the motors. We move this here and we you know what? Let's home all. Let's home all and move it when, let's jog it. Let's home all. Okay. Now I'm going to go to X and Y. Got there. And let's go to Z20. I just want to move. Okay, that's good. So if we go up Z, up 10, okay. Let's go up a millimeter. Okay, now what I'm checking is I want to make sure that we don't interfere here, and we're not. We're not gonna bump here. So this little joint here hits the bed or the nozzle cleaner before the safety switch. So is the idea that this will just basically grind against here if the trigger ever gets hit over here? Is that what the expectation is? Is that this is going to hit here before this safety switch ever hits? Now the concern is, since this is going to be at an angle, is it still going to hit the same way I expect it to? Because this absolutely hits before this is at the a millimeter down from the Y bar. I know that's not within the realm of normal operations, but let me know what you find on that, and we'll just keep moving here. We'll just keep moving here. So, okay, next. So filament cutter position. Before I move on too far, let me actually just take a measurement and see. I just want to make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn. Get a little better idea here. This is probably about 8 millimeters from hitting. And this is about 12 millimeters from the bottom. This gap here is about 12, and this gap here is about 8. So that's what I'm seeing, is the gap between this joint here hitting the arm on the cleaner is about 8 millimeters, and the gap here is about 8. So we're going to get about 4 millimeters of extra travel over here before it hits the safety switch. Oh. Doop, doop, doop. Yeah, you are not happy with that light. Let's try that. Okay. Okay. Filament cutter position. Ensure the tool head is homed and jog it over. Jog Y such that the tool head is clearly to the rear of the filament cutter dowel on the right side. Okay, that makes sense. So let's go. Yeah, that's about perfect. We're kind of there right now, but let's go back a little bit in Y, and then go over X. Another 10. I've got some clearance on the bed, but you're right. You're right. I do have some clearance on the bed though. I'm not that close. I was just getting things in position to see where they are. I guess we can go. There we go. I had a few millimeters. Okay, I can move another few millimeters. I think the idea is I've got plenty of clearance here in Y, so now we want to move it to where we're lining up X. So we're going to move in 1 millimeter increments. A few more. That's pretty close. Let's move forward in Y a little bit. Get that a little closer. Another move over in X. About the machine, can you make it so randomly prints a part on the bed each time before it ejects it? What do you mean? Okay, that's too far. Let's go back. Okay, so it's in between. So it's about 0.5. Maybe 0.6. Yeah, right there. 247.6. Hey, Dominic. Now, this is a bed done its bed thing. No, we're aligning the filament cutter now. Okay, so what are we actually looking for here? Jog X and Y until the slot in the cutter arm is horizontally aligned and about 2 millimeters from the end of the filament cutter dowel. Well, that's pretty much exactly where we are right now. Adjust the vertical position of nozzle cleaner so the dowel is aligned with the vertical center. So this is an adjustment here, which I think we can go down just a little bit. Also making sure that this is the more also, as well as a vertical adjustment here, you want to make sure that it is parallel with the ground, that it's flat or whatever, because there's a little bit of you can angle this way. So you want to make sure that this is nice and flush here. Which is kind of a pain to get. I think that's pretty good. Okay. You didn't miss much. Just a lot of configuration and alignment. Into the tool head panel, enter the X and Y positions in macros config. Okay. So we got, these are variable cut position X into, so this is 247.6 and 14. 247.6 and 14 in macros config. Look at that ASCII art. Variable cut position X. Where is it actually in macros config, or is it in config variables? It's in config variables. So there's a note. It's not in macros config, it's in config variables. And I had, what was it, 240 and 12. Variable cut position Y was 12. And 240, what? I'm going to bring this up in a different window so I don't have to. Two 247.6. 0.6. And save that. Test the default variable cut attach Y distance parameter in the config reference below by jogging in the negative Y direction by this amount to engage filament cutter dowel. The end of the dowel should be protruding out the back of the cutter arm. Variable cut attach Y distance as necessary and jog the tool head. Okay, so we're gonna go here. We're gonna save this. The jog cut attach is 20. So let's move, let's close this. We're going to, there we go. Move this thing 20 millimeters. So we're gonna go to, it's at 14. So we're gonna go to 0 first. And then -6. Oh, yep, it just stuck out the back. Just stuck out the back. And what does it say? How far? About 1 to 2 millimeters out the back. So that sounds like it's reasonable. So we're going to leave that. When the interface is available again, click Home All and test by running cut filament in the console. And so we should be able to, and the nice thing about the homing sequence is we can leave it right here. And we can save and restart. It should home out of that spot just fine. Or we're gonna break something. Whatever. Home all. Okay, now it's back and homed. Okay, next thing. Nozzle probe. Here we go. We're getting closer, Neil. Headshot cool head uses E3D's high accuracy nozzle probe. Let's see. If I tap. I got a problem. I see a problem. Anybody else see a problem? else see a problem? I see a problem. Anybody else see a problem? No lights. No lights. I went to tap the tool head and realized, oh, there's no lights at all. I got something off with the wiring. So let's shut it down. Let's shut it down and troubleshoot. Shut down. No Aziz. Oops, I guess this is fine. Did you finish shutting down? Yeah, shut down. Okay, where should we be plugged in? That's plugged in there. That's there. Let's check. Let's check the documents. So this is going to be in the tool head. Probably, or oh, let's just check the wiring guide. Install the jumpers, CM, use configuring the tool head board. Is this where we want? Section 39, thank you. Let's go home. Section 39. 39, PZ probe. Let's make sure we are correct. Image, so we can, oh. So brown, red, orange. Nope. We checked this. We double, triple checked this when we installed it. I don't smell anything, so hopefully we didn't burn it. So this, and on the back connector, it's red, brown, orange. Yeah, red, brown, orange here. Is this correct is the question. Is this correct? So, printing on this stuff is so tiny. I'm going to magnify. Ground power trigger. So ground, power, and trigger. Is that correct on the on this? So no, we had to redo the wiring on this because it was wrong somewhere. Let's go here. This is the Mellow SHT 36. Is this where I want? Fly SHT 36. Nope, not a step file. I don't want mounts. I want the freaking pin out. Mellow clipper, fly SHT 36, and I want pin out, pin out, pin diagram. Here we go. Okay, so we have 5 volts ground, and then a trigger. So 5 volts, then ground. 5 volts ground, and then a trigger. Yeah, so it's backwards on the little. So I had polarity reversed on it. So let's see if it's alive when we're done here. I've got extras, but I'd have to go back and look at what happened. But we definitely have pins backwards on this. So I need to go in here and reverse the 2 pins on the end. And this is gonna be fiddly. I remember we had a whole discussion here on what something was incorrect before, or some wiring was a known issue. And we double, triple checked all of this, I thought. How did I get that one wrong? Good. Go. I thought we checked all of that. I don't remember. I'd have to go back to that part in the video. But I thought we checked. I thought we even checked the compared to the pinout on the board. So something. So we have ground, power, trigger. So brown, red, orange. And then I checked the back looks fine. So let's find out if it's okay. Power it on and see. It appears to be okay. We got lights. Come on, there we go. And we got a reaction to tapping. So it looks like we're okay. Reverse voltage on it didn't break it. Manual looks okay. Wires are just so dang small. But something, I want to go back and look at the video document on this, because we caught something wrong with this during the build. It's very possible that I just simply inserted them into the wrong pins. But apparently no harm, no foul. But I'll probably want to go back and look at the video just to make sure that it's not something there. Okay, so that's on. That's back there now. Okay. So we're on to the nozzle probe. I'm glad we didn't. Video colors look okay. Section 39 is what to check if we got something wrong. Cool. So it's not. I plugged it in wrong. Even though we I remember being very meticulous about that on that day. Okay, with everything home, we'll go to the first points to Z-tilt to test. Run G90, then G1 in the console. With everything home, we'll go to the first probe point specified in Z-tilt. Is that X25Y5? Try again. $125Y5. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you should be able to get a hold of a replacement OM project. Okay, we are going to home all. Okay, now we're going to go to X125, Y5. Just paste this in the console. Move out of range. I didn't do a G90 first. There we go. Oh. Okay. They made plus and minus different sizes for the colorblind. That is pretty close in colors, huh? I don't know where the shades end up. Remove the cowl so you can easily access the nozzle and PCTG Pro controller. Press the preset button on... There's a typo. Just a quick typo. Press the preset button on the PCTG Pro controller on the side of the tool head until you are on preset 4. The LEDs on the controller board will change as you cycle through presets. Use the image below. So we want preset 4, so we should be on, off, off. There we go. 4. Oh, you couldn't really see any of that anyway. Just the little green LEDs on the side. Okay. Yep, that's what it should look like. That's what it looks like now. Test the probe by tapping the nozzle from underneath with a hex key or the back of your fingernail. The trigger should light up. Yep, it's triggering. First, we'll do a trial run, then we'll do the real thing. Hold something hard and relatively wide and flat under the nozzle. We'll run a command. You will tap the nozzle as the bed starts moving. The bed is expected to stop, and the console will report the measured nozzle Z position. Be ready to click emergency shutdown. So we're doing probe samples 1. So we're just going to do probe samples 1. It keeps moving, shut down, and troubleshoot. Okay, so we're going to do probe samples 1. Then I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to tap the bottom of the, and it stopped. Okay. That is what we expect. This is something I go over with every build, is make sure that you are triggering manually your Z probe solution before you trigger it to the bed. So this is, I'm glad to see this. This is something we should be doing every build, or every time you change something that might have an impact on how the printer homes, is manually trigger it before you send it to the bed for that first time. It's time to test it with the bed. Just want to reiterate the warning in the bed Z jog test section above before moving the bed. Okay. Move the bed up until it's about 10 millimeters from the nozzle. Did we? Oh, yeah. So there we go. It's about 10 millimeters from the nozzle. Make sure your nozzle is over the bed. If it is not, something is off and you'll need to troubleshoot before probing. It is over the bed. One of the nice things about having extruders magnetically mounted to the gantry is that it should not be catastrophic if the next step fails. The extruder plate should pop off and the safety switch should eventually trigger. Run the single probe command again. Either the bed will stop or you'll have a teeny tiny panic attack. No panic attacks today, please. Okay, so we're gonna run this again, but we will. Boop. Woohoo! There's no retract on it. But it did it. Test the accuracy by running probe accuracy. So we are going to run probe accuracy. It's only got a 2 millimeter retract on that. That is pretty awful, isn't it? That's pretty awful right there. Let's see what it says. The range should be less than 0.01 with standard deviation of less than 0.005. 0.188 is not less than 0.005 by many orders of magnitude. Let's try this again. Okay, there we go. It did start touching the bed, so that first value on the last one probably really threw it off. That might be something to note in the documents. Let's try it again just to confirm. But this is... Okay, we're getting, what is the, we're looking for, the range should be less than 0.01, standard deviation less than 0.005, and we're getting range of 0.005, so we're getting about half that, which is good. Okay, pretty fast for probing. I don't know, but we're getting reasonable results. And I think that first one was just off because the last test had us do a probe 1 and it stopped resting on the bed. And I think that resting on the bed threw the first results off. So that's a relief though. Results are good. Okay. Check for the downward play. Okay, so this is all, if not the case, but we're getting good results. So I would suggest run that twice and throw out the first result. If you do experiment with PC probe controller settings and fine tuning, please share your results. Force sensors. These are used to detect stuck parts on the print bed so that multiple attempts can be made and more time for cooling can be allowed to increase the rate of successful part ejection. This section will go over the functionality of the scraper bar, the force sensors, and the corresponding G-code macros and parameters. Navigate to the main cell UI machine tab, end stops panel, and click the refresh button in the bottom right. End stop force sensor should be open while firmly pressing on the force sensor rocker. Okay. Everything's open. Now the problem is I can't do, well, maybe I can move my mouse over here and refresh while I press up on one of these. Oops. There we go. Firmly pressing and it triggered. I don't know how firmly it should be. I should probably try the other one too. Actually, refresh, open. Hold it tight. Hold it tighter. Hold it extra tight. There we go. That one takes a lot more force. But I think that's what we're going to be testing here. Bed scraper function is similar to nozzle probing. The scrape bed macro does essentially the same thing as probing. Move to run pause in the console to get the tool head out of the way. Click the debug home Z button in the calibration. You can do a sanity check that all 4 Z joints at the bottom of their travel and the bed lever is disengaged. Bed vertical, run force. Be clear the wedges on the scraper bar align with the force sensor rocker. Wow, there's a lot of things to do here. Here, I want to do something here first because I don't see it really soon. I want to dashboard. I want to home all. Lots of calibration steps is fine. There's a lot going on here. But I want to home this and I want to Z tilt it for Neil because it's getting pretty late if he's even here still. Hey, Willie Nelson. So we should be able to, where's our Z tilt adjust? And hand on the emergency stop just in case. Woohoo! It's doing it. Woohoo! Okay. It looks like it's set for a 0.01 tolerance in the config, which is fine. Okay, that did that. So now we can go back. So Neil, if you're still awake, we did it. We did it before the stream was over. 3-point level with 4. Oh, you are still here. Yeah, but I would actually be a little concerned with probing on the corners here. So probing in the middle is probably a good thing because that's the fixed point. So it's fine. It works. Okay, back to this. So force sensor probe parameter verification. So we're gonna run pause. Is there a quick way to run pause? I guess I can just run pause. Oh, okay. So sorry I didn't show that, but pause puts it, I guess, as you would expect, on the silicone wiper. So pause put it on top of the wiper. That's good because that'll keep it from drooling. And then get the toolhead out of the way. Click Debug Home Z. So Debug Home Z. That's going to move the bed down. Yeah, this is I'm pleased. This has gone pretty well. Okay, so that's all done. And then the bottom bed lever to run force move rear. So we're gonna move the rear up 1, just as a safety check that it's moving up. We're gonna follow this letter to letter. We should see the rear move up. Yep, so that moved up 1. And go to the bed get the bed vertical, run the rear up 170 millimeters. So this will be fun to watch. This will be the first time this kind of move has been done. Let's do it. Look at that. I like it. Sweet. Okay. Now, at this location, to be clear that the wedges on the scraper bar align with the force. Oh yeah, it very clearly aligns. Run force move rear distance 20. The scraper modules should all be engaged with razors touching the print surface. Here we can simulate a stuck part by pushing up from underneath one of the scraper wings as close to the scraper's linear guide carriage as you can get. And again, querying the end stops panel to be extra certain that the force sensor will trigger through contact with the scraper bar. Okay, so we're gonna go 20. Okay, so all of the scrapers are engaged. And hey, Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. So if we go here, oops. So these are all open. The front Z's are still triggered. If I come over here and push up here, I don't know where to. Oh, that's shifted. It's weird. Oh, there we go. I don't know how much force that should take. It takes a good amount. Is that something that we should be checking? Continue our upwards journey, run force move, distance 200. Okay. $200. Okay. Pushes the reserve access up to the default scraper threshold Z position 390. Past this point, the bed is considered scraped and the force sensor's function switches to safety mode. Explain further. If the force sensors trigger at any point up to this value, retires will be attempted according to config parameters. Run force move rear Z distance 1 and query the end stops for a trigger. The force can be as hard or soft as you want, but should not be so much that belts skip. The force sensor assembly instructions put it somewhere in the upper middle. Okay. Run force, move Z rear distance 1 and query the end stops for a trigger. Repeat until the scraper's at the end of the bed. Okay. So we're just gonna do this. Just moves it up. And then we're gonna query the end stops. It's still open, but we're going to do this. I don't think this is going to trigger those. I did 3 there. And it's still not triggered. So we're gonna go until the scrapers are at the end. I'm gonna go 2 at a time because I don't think it's gonna trigger on any of these. Not triggered. Not triggered. Should this trigger at some point on these? Not triggered. What kind of licorice? What kind of licorice is the question? I think this is the end of the bed. And not triggered. Okay. That was moved up a total. Oh, I don't know. It's at 250. I don't know what that actually is. So a bit of everything. Got it. Nice. Tunes those scrapers at the end of the bed. The force sensor end stop is triggered. If the scraper's at the end of the bed and the force sensor is open, use the value in the readout, rear pair from nominal for the parameter scrape distance in printer config. In the unlikely event that force sensor is triggered, subtract 7 from the value in the readout and use the result. Okay, so rear pair for scrape distance in printer config. So this says 403. Rear pair now is 403. So I went up 13, it looks like. So if we go printer config, scrape distance 403 is what we can do here. I'm going to go 2. So I'm a millimeter from the very edge of the board. I'm going to go 402. Save that. I don't want to restart yet. Turns out the force sensors can have something of a dual functionality. It's technically possible to raise the scraper distance well beyond the physical upward limit of the rear Z. Force sensors will trigger at the end of each bed scrape. Bed is now achieved. The dizzying heights of Vertigo would kindly like to be lowered back to earth. Oblige them by clicking Home Z in the toolhead panel. I'm gonna hit Home Z. That's pretty rad. Sweet. That is pretty cool. Okay. Scrape force calibration. Here we go. In the force sensor section of the assembly guide, we left off with about 2 full turns in the force sensor adjustment screw, or about 1 millimeter of compression. This is a good amount of force for continuity and functionality testing, but we'll crank it up a bit now that we're getting ready to scrape parts. During the initial testing, it was found that 10 to 15 pound-feet per side is a good start for force needed to trigger the sensors. This should only require 1 to 2 additional full turns clockwise on each sensor of adjustment screw. Remember, it shouldn't require an enormous amount of force to eject parts. Press the sensors with your thumb and query the end stops to get an idea of force being applied. Use good judgment. I can't guarantee I know what that means. The adjustment on both sides must be equal. Now mine does seem to require more force on one side than the other. Optional procedure for scrape force calibration. Power off the printer, unscrew the force sensors from the frame, remove the external wires, attach the leads from a multimeter, grab the most accurate scale you have and turn the multimeter on and set it to continuity mode. Press the force sensor rocker onto the scale and note the weight at which the multimeter's beep stops. In the US, you're looking at 10 to 15 pounds. Reinstall. Okay. I wonder if I can do that. I don't want to take these off because it was a pain routing those wires. I need a second person here because I could probably just press a scale, especially one like this that doesn't rely, I don't think this one relies on the feet. So I can probably press this scale up there while holding this and get someone refreshing it so I can have it set to okay, so that's pretty close. And then I can press up to whatever ounce, fluid ounces, grams, whatever that weight is. But I'm gonna need a second person to do that. So I think I will do that. I'll get April out here and have her refreshing it. Yeah, I'll do that off camera just to make sure we're in the ballpark of that 10 to 15 pounds. Because I think we're probably above that right now, at least on the one side. The meat and potatoes of the vertical. Here's what to expect when this macro runs. The Z-axis should home to the end stops, decoupling the bed. The rear Z-joint should move towards N and rotate the bed vertically, all that. So click scrape bed in the part ejection panel in mainsail. Give your Vertigo a high 5. Okay, I'm going to hit scrape bed. Put a part on the bed. I'd have to attach a part on the bed. You said anything on the bed. Oh. I put anything on the bed. That's pretty awesome. I like it. Super glue a Benji on there. That's pretty awesome. Okay, high five. The little cutter arm. That's got to be close enough to a hand, right? So we are at almost 6 hours, but that was good. I think we're going to call it there. Now we're going to go through and do like heater calibrations and PID tuning, stuff like that. But we also need to finish enclosing it and clean up this nest back here. I might do some of that off camera and then show it. But yeah, I think we probably have a full stream and just finishing getting things going. I don't want to rush into trying to print next stream. We may print, but maybe not the full. I think we still have 2 more streams. I think if we don't do 2 more streams, we're rushing it. So, yeah, awesome. Software setup went, yeah, I mean, it's really close. If it wasn't for the other things, cleaning up wiring stuff, it's really close to being able to push plastic. So we will see. Very happy. Very happy. I'm going to leave that view there because that's probably the coolest view. I've got to reprint. I'll reprint this part to make sure we can cool off the camera, make sure the camera stays cool. And yeah, we'll only give a brief look here because that's not pretty right now, but it'll get better. But it does the thing. It does the thing. Here, it does. And I leveled the bed. Yep. It does the thing. I like it. Print ejection in part 12. Well, we're on part 8 now. 10 parts for a printer like this is not bad. I've gone 10 parts in a series before. I will do that many times just because I can. Thank you, everybody. It has been a long stream. I appreciate the 121 of you that are still here. We will see you. What is coming up? We'll do something on Wednesday. I don't see why not. We might do the follow-up final with Phil for the Core 1 index. If not that, then we'll find something. So take care. Have a good rest of your weekend or week, and we'll see you next time. Amos, thank you for the super chat. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.